Welcome back, everyone, to the land of Sundered Crowns. The party is en route from the city of Eldenil, where you slew the dragon Quintazadun, back toward the capital of Caloronava, the city of Vanya. En route, the group camped out at this ruined tower, and during the night have just survived an attack from a mysterious and strange figure, a humanoid with a vulture-like head and arcane power that first approached and demanded that you hand over the head of Quintazadun, which you now carry in your carriage, and upon your refusal, briefly retreated before returning in the company of several devils, notably not the demons that you have previously encountered during your stay or your time together, investigating the secrets of the Harashan coast. However, the party swiftly dispatched these devilish allies, and the vulture-like creature swiftly retreated using some kind of arcane fly spell to disappear up and back into the night. The party has just survived this attack. The devils left behind no corpses, their bodies and weapons disappearing into black smoke, vanished back to the void upon the destruction of their corporeal forms. And so, apart from burns in the grass, shattered stone, and the furrows of movement, and the notable absence of Sunshine, who was brought low by the devil's weapons, there is actually very little that this fight took place. However, the few wounds that you took and the draining of much of your arcane power do speak to its existence. And this figure has just disappeared back up into the night. So, as you all catch your breath in the aftermath, what are we up to? Let's start with, you, Uther and Naira. You are back on the wagon, looking down the hill toward the area where most of the fighting took place. The arcane power that had conjured a barrier of writhing tentacles between you and your companions has now dissipated. What are you guys up to?
Just point his blasting rod into the air and go, "I'll get you, you damn vultures!" As he puts it back into the holster and turns. Wait, so did that look similar, do you guys think, to, the demons that have been popping up and coming after you, Wander? Or did they look... I'm not sure. There seems to be some vulture consistency coming along.
Well, they were devils, not demons.
I can appreciate, the subtle differences, honey. I kill all of them. As you turn, how you guys looking?
Now,
Well, not too bad.
Sorry, just a quick question over the table. Would I understand that devils and demons would be unlikely to be working together, or...
Yes, Naira would definitely be aware of the Blood War as a general concept. If you wanted more specific information, you can make an Arcana roll, but certainly
I
of
did
the
make an
difference
Arcana roll
and
on them. I think that was the last Arcana roll that I did, and I got a nat 20 on it.
Right. Yes. So okay. Yeah. So I do remember that roll. I was discern the nature, I believe, of the vulture creature, which, or actually, no, it wasn't. No, you're right. That was to about the demons and the devils. So yes, you are definitely aware of the nature, the differences in the natures of the demons versus devils, and the abyssal planes versus the hellish planes, and specifically of the Blood War. There are virtually no circumstances in which demons and devils would willingly work together. they have a feud that surpasses even their hatred for the forces of good and the celestial planes. You also know, with that role, that the vulture-headed creature was not the rock demon, or was not related to the rock demons that you have encountered in the past. Though there is that same kind of vulture-like appearance, the manifestation of its kind of the manifestation of it in this case was very, very different. It was smaller. It did not have like the appearance and nature of its skin was completely different. The wings that sprouted from its back seemed vestigial, and also again had a very different kind of presentation and makeup than you saw on a rock demon. All of the indicators that you saw told you that this wasn't related to a rock demon. It was simply kind of there's only so many forms that creatures can take. This one happened to have a vulture-like head. Vrox, for their part, though they do have that kind of hooked beak and like carrion bird-like head, they're not specifically vulture-like in appearance. They are kind of similar, but this one was much more as though the head of a vulture had been transplanted onto a humanoid head, onto a humanoid body.
Okay. I would communicate that. But, like Naira.
Oh, so they were just similar, but not entirely related. Okay, I was about having to just start shooting all the vultures that I came across, but I see the subtle differences. That being said, I'm pretty sure both of those in general are on my kill list, so
Oh, no,
demons and devils.
I would
Yeah.
suspect that, yes, we would probably want to kill most of the ones that we came across. It's just, I don't know that they're working toward the same goal, is all.
Right. They might both want the swords for themselves, if that makes sense.
Lorium, Wander, do you have anything to contribute?
No, I'm kidding.
And that's the session.
Well, they seem to want something to do with you. And then he would gesture over to Wander.
I don't know what, but I do not like their kind at all.
You know, for having agents of divine justice, they sure seem to notice you before anyone else. As now that I think of it, I haven't been noticed at all. Wander, you're famous.
I don't think that's true.
No, I mean not like here, but well, definitely in Alendril, but more in like hell. I think you're super famous in hell.
Yeah, they were speaking infernal and they mentioned you as a judge.
I have not been to hell.
But you're a judge either way.
I fucking hope not.
You see a half a smile as he gestures towards Nair and himself. Well, howdy, Judge. We're the executioners.
Naira smiles. Do you know why they call you Judge?
No,
How,
I
how,
don't.
sorry, go ahead.
That was it.
Oh.
Go on.
How does it make you feel?
I It is a name, but I am Wonder.
Yeah, I
don't
think he's.
know. Hey, Judge. Sorry, what?
No. You just say, yeah, I think he's much more of a wanderer shield than a judge.
Well, the thing is, Wander, Judge is not just a name. It's a job title. It's something you do.
Yeah, they wear big funny cloaks and slam a hammer.
Some.
I just wanted to let him sit in that for a second. But Judge of what?
Well, I think that's the question. And can I roll something? How much do I actually know about Kellimvor?
Give me a religion roll.
Ooh, could I assist with that?
No, you cannot.
Mayhaps. Damn it.
No, I don't know. Can I guidance? I can't see how she rolled.
Well,
haven't
no,
rolled
she
yet.
hasn't rolled yet, but I would say that no, because this is kind of a passive roll that she's making. She's not like doing that you can help her on or anything like that.
20.
But still, at 20 is pretty damn good. You definitely know a fair amount. Like you know his general place in the wider pantheon.
Do I
His
know of him as a judge?
uh yes. Yeah. Although you also know that he doesn't specifically consider himself so much a judge as an arbiter. He, to a degree, the judgments that he makes are judgments of destination rather than morality. He will look as impartially as possible at a person's soul and say, this is where you belong, and then try and ensure that your soul goes there.
Yes, just the point that I am making to Wander is that there are many types of judges.
Oh, yes, yeah, you would certainly be aware of that.
Um, so yeah, that is sort of what she would say. Just there are many different kinds of judges in the universe. Did I lose you guys?
No,
Oh.
No.
I can hear you.
Um, and I think it's interesting that so many otherworldly sorts seem intent on calling you such a judge.
I still don't know why.
Well, fair enough. We can find an answer.
I think they're, well, if you're a judge, from what I know, it's for they make sure justice is sent forth. We're not allowed to act without judges' kind of permission. And wicked always fear of being judged.
And well, you certainly did that. That new trick of yours on my glaive, and then telling me to kill him. Would have worked a lot better if I didn't have my hiccup.
They are vile things. We're better without them here.
Agreed.
Wholeheartedly.
Absolutely. Oh, I wish I could take you to Sorveni. It had such a big section on religion in the library.
You two will get to nerd out in time.
What will we do when we get back to Vanya?
Well, we've got to explain some of the things that have happened, the recent change of leadership. Uh, but I believe I do have a promise. We need to chase down what's going on as long as, something's not on fire. Metaphorically. Proverbially, I always mix them up.
No, and literally.
And literally, that's true, actually. As he would turn and pull out his guitar and just say, if you wouldn't mind crowding it in. And he's going to burn a first level. I don't think let me see if I've used it. Oh, I haven't today. Nice. I'm just going to talk to the horses, the animals, to translate, and just tell them to come inside and next to me, and a protective sphere will pop up, and that they can run in it and hide if something tries to attack them.
Okay, so
And
you're recasting Tiny Hut?
yep, gonna ritual it and just play a 10-minute goodnight song for everyone, and just be
Okey-doke.
like, it was able to keep our ass covered for a little bit, so I think we should stick under the tent tonight.
Agreed.
And now I just want to ask Travalin if he can have a look-see in on that missing person. Arbavir, I forget. Arby's.
Arbavir.
Arbor meat. He has them. Don't laugh at that. As you say that, Wander will respond with, I can scry too, given the resources.
Just shooting at pine cones here, but Wander, if you've got some energy, how far away are we from Vanya? Like, are we like 2 days out?
Yeah, maybe like a day. If you left kind of first thing tomorrow morning with the dawn, you'd probably get there to like midday the day after. You're about a day and a half away, I would say. So maybe like 30, 35 miles.
And I would then turn and go, would you, of course, please interject, but I think it wouldn't be a terrible idea if we sent a sending to the Lord Wolf of the Keep and let him know of the recent devil attack because of the rather valuable thing we hold. And maybe this is where it's even looser, would like to give to the king, as every king likes a dragon's head, especially as proof of his saviorship of the town.
Oh,
I think that
that's
could
a
go a long way.
fantastic idea. Yes.
You just want to get another pin, don't you?
I have not gotten a pin yet.
I mean, always, but that's only a bonus.
I would love to confirm that. I do not know if I have third level spell slots. Can you check that for me, Andrew?
I can.
I know I don't have
Well,
fourth. I know I don't have fifth.
You do in fact have third level still.
I kind of want to try making a weapon
You have
out of
3
the
in
horn.
fact.
Oh, bet. You said
I
one
just-
out of
Sorry, I
one?
spoke over you.
Like I was just interjecting an idea.
Well, then go ahead. Let me know the idea. There was some eagle that was like, ah! And then,
I know. It said I was kind of interested in making a weapon out of the horns. Because imagine carrying a fucking dragon weapon.
I mean, that is fair, although, my goodness, would a dragon head be a remarkable gift for the king. Like,
He'll just shrug. Either way.
All right. So get Lorian a sick ass weapon, and then he'll feel better. As he
I mean,
gives
I
you a
already have a
thumbs up.
sick ass weapon.
We can do better.
We can, in fact, do better.
+2?
It's hard, but we can do better.
I don't even want to ask what's hard, but okay.
Glad we're content to letting you simmer in those every once in a while.
He is simmering.
I just saw Wander disappear and then reappear in Foundry. Is it letting you in this time?
It is not. I am
And
going
for-
to try to restart my internet, but I
for
will do the
D&D
sending if
Beyond?
people need me to.
Were you ever able to get on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm looking at my character sheet in D&D Beyond now. It's
Okay.
working fine, but it's just Foundry not loading for me, so I'm going to try to restart my shit.
Okay.
Okay.
And try hitting. Make sure that your like Chrome or whatever is updated, because sometimes it can do weird stuff.
True. Okay. But if anyone, if we want to go through the sending thing, I am on board with it if I have the spells.
You do. You have all of your third level spells still, actually, slots still, actually,
Oh.
from what I could see. So 3 of them available.
Then yeah. Is that what we've decided on doing? Is sending to the guard Captain Man guy and telling him we've been
By the way,
attacked?
it is like 2 in the morning.
It's annoying, but
Oh,
you know,
so he
old
will be.
information.
No, he probably won't get it because if you're asleep, it doesn't count.
yeah, we should just go ahead and rest and, you know,
Would you be okay burning one of yours in the morning then? I thought it'd be kind of nice to get it out, but
What time would our long rest end then? Would it be at like 8? Longer?
Yeah. Like, because you kind of will have already done all of your kind of meditations and stuff like that as part of your going to bed. You just need to complete 8 hours of rest. And so yeah, if you left it like, you'd probably be able to get going at about like 9:30 in the morning and still have that count as a long rest.
if we could we all technically sleep in the um wagon? Because technically, Uther only needs 4 hours, and then um, he could probably drive the carriage while the rest of us continue to sleep, and we could get moving early.
That is an option.
I can give it a shot. If y'all are willing to crowd into the gypsy wagon to rest.
Man, that is going to be really uncomfortable.
I can, well, if I was sleeping under, make.
You can't sleep under.
Oh.
We're
Is it a
moving.
flat top like a box, or is it like?
No, it does have kind of a. I mean, it's like it does have storage space on the top, so it's relatively flat. It wouldn't be comfortable by any stretch, but it's also a fairly spacious interior. I mean, like your character models or the character tokens
Are
on
always
this are really big,
huge.
but the character tokens
Yeah.
are 5 foot across. So
Right.
like inside there, like you can see how big a bed is there. You could easily fit 2,
3
especially
people.
since like Wanderer as a Warforged doesn't technically need to be laying down. There is a decent amount of space in there.
Wonderful. We can have a little group family sleep. It's like camping.
It would probably take you a little bit, like, because it is still relatively cramped, and it would be a little bit uncomfortable if you were on the move during this period. It would mean that it took a little bit longer to actually get the full benefit of a long rest, but again, you would be able to at least start moving with Uther driving the carriage for that
Okay,
period.
but adorable. What if I slept on the driver's seat, and then when he was driving, I could just have my head in his lap?
That would also, yeah, I mean, that would, the same thing would apply because it's not, like full proper bed rest. But yeah, it would just extend your long rest slightly, but totally doable.
Can I, because the long rest wouldn't be over until well into the morning,
Hmm.
can I cast Sending from this at call it 7 a.m. and then finish the long rest and get the spell slot back, or do I need to finish the long rest first?
I don't know that we've ever made this call, but make the call now and it will henceforth be so. At what time of day or at what point during a long rest does Wander perform the meditations that cement his spells for the day?
I will say at the end, because we always give me time to discuss with the group what we're doing that day.
Okay, so going forward, yeah, that is when your spells will kind of reset. So yes, I would say that in this case, again, it would mean that it took Wander probably until about like 11 o'clock or midday even to fully complete his long rest. But yes, if you could cast at like 7 a.m. and then continue your long rest
Okay.
in order to regain all of your spell slots for the day ahead.
Cool, cool, cool. Then, unless someone objects, then I can do that. No objections?
Fine
No.
by me.
Then sleepy time, journey time we go? Question mark?
Sleepy booby time?
Is everybody ready for their long rest?
I am ready for that and an import.
Ah, okay. Let me give you a re-import. Does anybody else need that?
I will after I do the sending.
Okay. Let me know when that's good to go.
And I'm gonna go ahead and. So we just want to tell him that we were attacked by devils. We're bringing a dragon's head back. Anything else? Want to tell him maybe we killed God too?
By the
Um,
way,
yeah.
the judge, that's me.
You're probably wondering how I got here.
But
Okay, that's the
no,
message.
yeah, bringing dragon head, creepy thing that controls fiend or devils, try to take dragon head.
Well, actually, I will say Wander and Uther, you both actually, pretty much all of you directly interacted with this, with the vulture-headed creature during the conversation, correct?
I mean,
Mhm.
yeah. Initially, he talked
Um,
straight to Lorium.
yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, I thought that was Uther, but no, you're right. It was Lorium. In that case, all of you, please give me a sense motive check.
Sense
Insight.
motive.
Or insight, rather. Yeah,
Insight.
wow, I'm still talking to
Sense
20.
Oh, you're
motive.
good.
Hell
I
yeah.
Wow.
understood you.
That's a
I
callback,
understood
huh?
him.
Oh my god.
The funny
Good
thing was,
grief.
I was like, I know binary.
Oh, and Wander,
And
I'll just
I
go ahead and
damn
roll
it.
for you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm beginning to load in. I can see it. I'm at
Oh,
96%.
Oh my
in that
god.
case, we'll wait for a moment.
No, no, no. Don't wait for a moment. Just
My
please roll for me. It's
Okay, well, I'll just
incredible.
tell. Naira got a 26, which is more
Oh,
than
okay.
enough.
Well,
But sorry, what were you going to say, Naira?
my passive stealth is 22.
Good grief. Okay, so with 26, Naira, you can tell based on the interaction that you had with the creature, the way the words that it used when it departed, and the way that the attack against you kind of panned out. It did not seem to actually be in control of the devils. Um, when it was retreating from your initial conversation, it spoke of a pact having being made, and called out. Ooh, I'm sorry, my cat is uh, interfering with my camera. um, it spoke of a pact having been completed and called out before going out and apparently performing some kind of ritual to summon these devilish allies. And then during the attack, it at no point actually gave an order to any of the devils.
So a warlock.
It potentially, but it did not seem to actually have any kind like a pact does not necessarily mean, and Naira would certainly be aware, a pact does not necessarily mean a like a warlock pact. There are several kind of different forms of pacts, some of which are very temporary, where you can summon a creature, and either in that moment or from a pre-arrangement, have a pact with it where there will be an exchange of goods or services that doesn't involve a warlock's bond.
So like Boba Fett.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, kind of, I guess.
So he basically just opened a tear, summoned him, and then was like, "Hey, yo, y'all want to see this?" And then they were like, "Oh, hey, that's our judge boy. Get him."
That would be certainly one interpretation.
Layman's terms as fuck.
But yeah, it didn't appear to actually have any kind of well, I mean, yeah, direct control or command over the devils.
Well, interesting, but he was sure able to drag him and point him in our direction.
But I think his purpose was merely for the head. The others were more for us. Or one person in particular.
And we all look at Wander.
I'm summoning my goddamn horse back.
She's gonna be pissed.
Oh, she's happy. She got a couple of good ass hits in. Didn't she like crit twice or some shit?
Yeah. But yeah, while you prepare your or sending, um, the rest of you are able to complete your long rest, which I see that you all have gone ahead and done there. Uh, and the remainder of the night without incident. You are all able to finish your rest, and you awaken, if not with the dawn, a little later than you are used to, but rested and recuperated from the violence of the night. It is a pleasant enough summer day, and as you look around, there is no immediate sign around you of anything untoward. Uh, but we will just wait for Tyler. Are you back?
I am here. I decided to not do that
Oh, okay.
because now it's at 100%, so it's almost there. I swear I'm getting there. It's chugging along.
Fair enough. Well, um, whilst most of you are still finishing your rest and kind of getting yourselves together, starting to prepare yourselves for the day ahead and the journey to come, Wander, you are able to you are able to complete this sending before kind of going back into the meditations that will summon the rest of your power for the day ahead. And you are sending this to Lord Wolfhard in Vanya, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. There is A long moment of silence following your sending. You do feel the spell kind of reach out and connect, and there's a long moment of silence following it before you do receive a reply. And let me just check. I just need to write out.
Just be glad we don't have a wizard. You don't have to prepare every city possible every session. You know what? I know that we're in Eldenil, but I feel like going back to Aldwell. Let's just teleport real quick.
Yeah, let's do that. Bink. Or an amulet plane shift with an artificer. Oh, hey, Google. Bye, Google.
Let me tell you what, he was not expecting that at all.
I was like, you know what? Fuck traveling by horse. Let's just fucking skip this shit.
Yeah, he didn't prepare for that at all. He's kind of hoping that you guys stay the night there.
He's kind of hoping that I fail the plane shift and end up in the plane of fire.
That would be very funny.
Okay, there we go. So, after the long moment of silence, you receive a reply. Lord Wolfhard's voice, which you recognize, coming through. As he says, "A dragon, devils. You've been busy. When you get here, come find me at the keep. We have much to discuss."
I will convey that to everyone else. Waking them up for exactly 5 seconds.
All right. And by the way, I know you can do funny scrying shit. I was just more thinking of somebody who's actually seen them, potentially.
Wait, what?
That he was backtracking to literally something you mentioned last night. When you're like, I can also scry when I was talking about scrying on Arby's.
Oh,
Arbivir.
we have seen him, haven't we?
You have.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah, we've seen him and he hasn't. I think.
Yeah, correct. Actually, as far as you know, Lord Wolfhard doesn't have has never actually seen him in person, but you guys did briefly meet him at the workshop on
Mhm.
Colburn Estate.
Okay. Totally forgot that was him. Yeah, retrograde that. He would just say, I'd certainly appreciate if you check in on where he's at once we're safely inside the city. My nature spells on the way.
I can try. It may fail.
It may, but you automatically fail if you never try.
Touche. And then everyone gets to finish their sleepy times with no more interruptions, and we don't get attacked ever again.
It's a touche, isn't that like a bird with a really long, colorful
I think
beak?
I think that's how the French say tushy.
Who the fuck is a French?
Anyway, I was going to say you guys got inspiration for that great roleplay the night before, but reconsidering that now.
You know what? Fair enough. If the cost to talk about tushy is no inspiration, then it's a cost I damn well pay.
Looks on you. I already have inspiration. I never used it.
Well, there you go.
And now you've lost it.
I forgot about it.
Regardless, complete your long rests, and Uther, you are indeed able to kind of get the wagon moving, whilst they are able to use the platform provided by the wagon itself to complete the rituals and meditations that are part of their morning kind of preparations. Your shorter rest requirement allowing you to do so earlier than the rest of them. In this way, you are able to get a still relatively early start despite the interruption to your rest the previous night, and continue heading north. Naira, please give me a
Cartography skill.
cartographer's check. Yes.
Hey, you on my lap. Wake up. Left or right? You're the one with the map. I'm not sure.
She's just like, what's going
She looks around for a second and she goes, oh, it's left, and then adds like 3 days to our journey.
Now, what
Pulls
she
out a
rolled
map.
in that
It's actually
one?
the change book.
You
was
got
I
this.
was I giving you assistance with the survival checks?
Oh, yes.
I can't remember if that's
With
what we were
survival
doing.
checks, yes. I don't know if that did that apply to the cartography tools
Yeah.
check.
I
Yeah.
can't
Okay.
remember.
Well then, yes. Then you may roll with advantage.
Oh, that's not even as good. No, it doesn't. I don't make this journey any faster.
Yeah. But as the day progresses on, you are all you will do all complete your daily rituals. Lorium, you are able to, from your place on the wagon, meditating on the battles that you have fought beside her, and the battle in which she returned to your home plane, reestablish your connection to Sunshine, and summon her once more to your side. The familiar sound of a distant cavalry charge rising for a moment before she appears from behind a nearby copse of trees to trot contentedly beside you, snorting and greeting. And you get a general sense of kind of pride in having fallen once more in combat in against such a glorious foe as devils. Before she invites you to rejoin her once more.
He will. He'll hop on and just say, another scar from a devil. Couldn't think of a more fitting trophy for a celestial warhorse like yourself.
Prances for a moment.
And don't worry, I killed him good.
You get the horsey equivalent of a vindictive chuckle.
Mercy equivalent.
Of a vindictive chuckle.
Like, have any of you seen the latest episode of The Last of Us?
Yes.
You know that chuckle in the letter at the end?
Yep.
That's what you get from Sunshine.
Oh my god, it's so good
but-
though, right?
Oh, God, it's such a good episode. Anyway, everyone, please roll me as you move on through the day. Everybody, please roll me perception checks.
7.
14.
God damn, it's still so high.
Okay.
Himbo
As is
powers.
custom, the Himbo powers prevail over all.
They did activate. As you move on through the day, you're on watch, on edge a little bit, following the interruption to your rest the night before, the knowledge that this enemy had been tracking you, and has escaped. However, as you scan the skies around your wagon, as you make your way through the Kaloronavan countryside, the skies seem empty of the flying humanoid form that whose presence preceded the attack last night. This creature, whoever it was, you don't see any sign of it as the day progresses. Is there anything that you guys wish to do with the day as you travel on?
Naira, you see that pine cone?
Yeah.
Shoot it. Just the top of it, though. You can't. If the branch falls, you screw it up, and you don't want to split it in half. Got to get it right at the top, right where it's connecting to the tree.
You see that small bobbing figure 120 feet away? It's a child. Shoot it.
21.
Pretty damn good.
Is it roll damage?
Is it? He says.
Kill the pine cone.
As you do, it would snap as you see the pine cone flipping. Good. Now you just gotta be able to do that repeatedly and when you're not looking.
I think you should shoot the pine cone after it gets popped off. That'd be badass. In a weird pine cone way. But Lorium would probably just while we're traveling, throw the saddle back on Valco, get him used to the weight more.
To the weight of everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a handle animal check.
Ooh.
Never
You know what?
confused.
I'll use my inspiration.
Oh, you never failed them. Oh, you would have failed them.
I would have failed hard.
Okay. He still doesn't seem too happy about it, but he's getting closer to getting used to it. He's still not what you would call, a trained riding animal, but he's more or less okay. He's kind of getting more and more comfortable with it as time goes on.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything with the day, or are you all just kind of traveling on?
I would like to use my channel divinity artisan's blessing and call it 60 gold coins and one of the emeralds I got a very, very, very long time ago. To fashion just a pretty little emerald ring that is engraved with a sun symbol around the emerald for no particular reason.
Okay.
That'll be an hour for me, but that's all from me.
There's no kind of check required for that, is there?
There's a simple emergency. It's at the end. Lay out the metal. I don't think there is.
I think it's just a
Okay.
thing that
Yep.
happens.
Nope. Yep. It's just a thing that you do. Okay. Yeah. So you are able to fashion this ring into the form of a green sunburst.
Neat.
I will be playing my fiddle, by the way, from my libretto, and learn Healing Word.
Okie doke. Well, in this way, as you all kind of pursue your individual thoughts and rituals and pass the day, you make decent progress toward Vanya, going along the more well-known trails and tracks.
Actually, I do have a question for Uther.
Mm-hmm.
Um, when we get back to Vanya, I'm gonna probably want to speak to Lord Murdoch. And I kind of want to know how he responds to that. Insight check?
He doesn't really react, but you know his eyes. He just squints a little bit, his gunslinger glare, as I'm 100% looking forward at the road and in the distance. But I'm definitely on edge. But I have, other than not responded.
No, it would be expected for me to bring you along. Does that seem like a good idea?
He would let out a breath. The problem is, I don't think I would feel comfortable you going alone. But I do, in fact, very badly want to ruin him. We should speak to others first. I'd prefer to stack a little bit of deck in our favor before Murdoch knows anything.
Okay. I obviously defer to your expertise. You have way more experience than I do.
And would we have to meet Murdoch within his own residences and estates where he's been able to set the board, or could we perhaps make something more public?
No, I think we could probably quite easily convince him to meet elsewhere. I just have to present it as a logical argument. He tends to agree with my line of thinking. And she cringes at that. She's not pleased about that all of a sudden, where you know that if she had said that previously, she would have been beaming.
You know, as he'd look over, we could just outlive him. Just flip him the bird as we, as he shakes the coins in his pocket. We've got quite a while, really. I'm just worried we might be blinded a bit too close. That's when you have the opportunity to screw up.
He hurt midnight.
Like I did.
He hurt midnight. He took him from me.
You see as he lights up a cigarette at that. As he pulls out a crutch and begins to take in a breath as he exhales. Yeah. I know, and that's why we're gonna do it. But I had to show you there was another road. But I think ours is gonna have a bit more death in it.
I'm gonna take everything from him.
Yeah, I think if we play our cards right, we could do so with the king's blessing.
And she nods. Okay, let's do it that way. That sounds good.
Be careful, but I know some dirty tricks. And he would look over and just go, "Oh, Valco, you look so handsome." He can feel less awkward in his saddle. then roll towards Vanya.
Okay. Day passes into afternoon and on toward evening. On the road around you, you see the normal traffic that you would expect. Merchants, pilgrims, the occasional just individual traveler moving to and fro.
Do I remember any roadside inns? Just nothing big, like maybe some beers in a room.
Yes, there definitely are, especially as you get closer and closer to Vanya. Those kinds of facilities do become more and more frequent. And yes, you certainly could pick one to stop at.
As I'm
in the
running
early-
across, hopefully it's not the first one because I'd end up passing it, but just one of seems to be like, oh, this one was built a little bit newer. You know what I mean? Like you can tell
one of the
ones
slightly
that are
nicer ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy cares about his inn. Like this. Okay, I'll stay here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't. It does mean that you don't get quite as far, or as close to Vanya as you otherwise might. You would have now most of a day's travel because, like, most inns are built. They'd be built kind of a day away from the previous destination, or from the primary kind of destination. So it's probably about 18 to 20 miles away from Vanya. So you do have to cut your day's travel a little early if you want to find somewhere nice like that. But they are certainly available in this area.
Just riding along, I would point it out to everyone and go, I think we should stop. We can go if you at all like, but if we're going to get attacked again, it might be better to have people around because it lowers the chances of that happening. But if it does, we're going to look pretty kick-ass.
Or it may put them in danger.
I mean, there is a splash zone.
Mhm.
All right, Judge, what do you think?
No.
What's your call?
I look at Naira.
Oh, I will always vote to stay in an inn. Yes.
I'll stay out here. Indicating that I'll stay with the head.
Then head into maybe there's stables. If not, lead them to a trough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is a
Yes,
roadside inn, intended to, like, host travelers on their way to and from Vanya. So yes, there absolutely is a pretty decent stable. You having specifically gone out of your way to look for, like, a higher quality inn. Yeah, they do definitely have a little courtyard round the back where you can put your carriage, and stables for your horses.
Then just roll it out back, find and call out and be like, good stable master, I would really appreciate it if you would kindly take care of my steeds. I believe this will cover it, and I'm just going to flip him a gold coin.
Thank you kindly, sir. Yeah, absolutely. They are more than happy to host you for the night. Rooms for the group. How many rooms are you guys going to be trying to get?
Probably 2.
2? Okay.
You don't have to worry about me. I can. You fancy fucks can sleep inside. I'll just stick with the carriage as well.
Sounds like fun.
Well, this being a fancy inn, they frown on sleeping in the stables. If you wish to stay, they would prefer that you get a inn or a room, or you are free to leave the premises if that is your preference.
Ricky fucks.
I will call their fucking bluff. I will stay just outside the perimeter.
Yeah, I mean, if you wish to simply, like, stand statue-like out in the road outside, there is nothing they can do to stop
Absolutely.
that. But okay. However, Loriam, are you going to grab yourself a room?
Your
Such
two
a weird.
nicest rooms for the night.
such a weird imagery because he'd want to stay with Wander, so he would just be in like a fucking a bedroll next to a statue
Middle of the road, nonetheless.
outside the premise. Oh, fine.
Okay, so 2 rooms plus stabling for your carriage. You already paid for that with the gold. The rooms will run you an additional gold piece each. That includes beer and food for the night and the morning. They do have
Then-
wine available, along with an expanded menu, but there will be, there a premium food incurs an additional cost.
It'd go perfect and hand him 4 Electrum.
Okie doke.
How much Electrum do you have?
I'm starting to run low, but I like it.
All of it.
'Cause it's
Such a
ridiculous.
cursed payment method.
Yes.
Okay. The inn is, again, fairly nice. By no means the nicest, by no means the nicest place that you stayed at, but also far from the worst. The common room is the food and beer that they provide you for the evening are certainly passable enough. Certainly, a nice change from the on the road rations that you've had the last few days, as pleasant as those are, given that Nair made sure you had the good stuff on hand. But eventually, is there anything that you guys want to do while you are here, or is this just a stop off for the night?
Just a stop off for the night, I think.
Ryan will pay for drink.
Okay. Then yeah, mark off the gold. The night passes without incident. You may all take a long rest for those of you that expended resources during the day.
Yay.
And the following day dawns bright and early. Because you stopped relatively early, you're able to get, again, a relatively early start, especially by comparison to yesterday. And so you can be on the road anytime from about 7 a.m. onward.
Naira is, of
Just-
course, carried out and settled on the
And he'd go, "Can you? I know you got this." And then you can fall back asleep.
Oh, yeah.
And he's gonna give her a inspiration. Why not?
Yeah,
And is
roll with
Lorian-
advantage, and
Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm gonna assume that unless told otherwise. 23. Okay, yes.
I can also do that. Oh no, wrong way.
Question mark roll into you?
Oh, that's what I did. Oh, great.
Oh.
24.
24.
Even number.
But yes, with a good night's sleep in an actual bed under her belt, Naira is much more aware of her surroundings and in an area of the country that she is much more familiar with, having spent a good deal more time around Vanya than most of the rest of Kalaronapa. And so you are able to definitely help your party pick the best roads and make very rapid progress as you find several shortcuts to get you through to the main trade route that runs along the Al-Sarai River and up toward the city. At about midday, you start in the distance to see the smudge against the horizon of the fires of Vanya's many cooking hearths and industries that gradually gets more and more pronounced as you move on. And despite the fact that your travel the day before was a little bit aborted and somewhat haphazard, it's not yet evening, probably about 3 or 4 o'clock. when the group reaches the now familiar gates of Vanya.
Just keeping his eye out, he doesn't see any sort of sign of the big kitty cat, does he?
Well, I was actually going to ask if everybody, as you begin to get closer and closer to the city, can everybody please give me a perception check?
Oh no.
Nope. It would be totally funny if Uther was just like, "Hey, I look like Vincent now." Just attached them to fate.
Wander's looking at
Jesus Christ.
As you guys begin to approach Vanya, once you get to within 2 or 3 miles of the city, Wander, you are the first to notice the presence of a good deal more guardsmen than you are used to seeing on the roads. Several times as you travel along the road, you notice either in the distance or kind of on, on hilltops, traversing the countryside, large patrols of over a dozen men on horseback, armed and armored, riding to and fro. And as you approach, and though you don't see any sign of this large cat beast that Lorium has described to you, as you approach the city gates, you see that they also have a much greater presence of armed men than you are used to. Normally, in the previous times that you have passed through these gates, they've had a token guard of 3 or 4 guardsmen who have seemed relaxed, almost lackadaisical in their approach. The gates have stood largely open, and they have mostly just cast a, casual eye over the groups passing to and fro. Now, as you approach, a full squad of almost 20 men is standing around the gate, and though it stands open, every cart that approaches is pausing, and it seems as though they are being questioned. So that you actually have to join a small queue as you approach the gates, waiting your turn as each cart is, though from what you can see, they're not being kind of thoroughly inspected or searched, but they are definitely being looked over, and and a few words are being exchanged between the driver and the guardsman.
Then I believe Lorium's the only other one who's inside the carriage, right?
He's on Sunshine, riding right next to the carriage.
Then I'm the only one in the carriage.
See,
It does have a door that you can just leave open.
Yeah, I assume that like you've kind of got everything open so that it's fairly visible in and out.
Well, there's like yeah. I meant that like I was about to be like I'll lean over and tell whoever's next to me, and then I realized I'm alone. So I'll just kind of call out, "They've raised security. Something's happened."
Wonder what? As he
Wonder
does
what-
that slow turn towards Solarium.
wonder if they've also been getting some weird visits from vultures.
The captain didn't say so. Just to be
You
clear, 'cause I
contacted
could
Lord
tell him.
Wolfard, not
Yeah, Lord,
Captain
that guy,
Valen.
Lord, yes, that one, Lord. I kept forgetting his title. I guess we're gonna sit in line for a while, listen to some Uther tunes, Uther and Naira tunes.
Okay. As I said, the queue, though unusual. The guards do also seem to be doing their best to keep things moving at a decent pace, and most people are let through after only the briefest of interviews. As you approach the gate yourselves, you can see, as I said, about 20 guardsmen standing more at the ready than you have previously seen, seeming more alert than you would normally expect for such a routine duty. And rather unusually, you see that one of their member has a cloak of office around his shoulder, marking him as a sergeant in the guard. And you don't recognize this particular one. Hardly surprising, given that there are hundreds of members of the Guard of Vanya. But as you approach, he sort of, or she actually, holds up her hand and just goes, "State your business in Vanya."
You see his reach into his jacket, pull out the list, saying that we can travel around with weapons and the like. As I would unfurl it and just, well, I'm actually quite on my way to meet with the Lord Castilian.
Right. Yes, I see his seal. Very good. Welcome to Vanya. And she hands it back, waves you through immediately.
Wait, what's the reason for the increased security?
She kind of looks around briefly as though considering whether or not she should say anything. Then kind of seems to think about it for a moment and then say, and she goes, well, you have the writ, so I suppose it's safe to tell you, but there has been word of attacks against members of the guard beyond the city walls. I don't really know too much myself, but they've increased security in the country around here. We're just told to keep a lookout. That's all I really know.
Thanks for the info.
Safe travels. And she waves her guys out of the way and beckons the next cart forward.
He'll just address the group and just say, maybe that's part of what he was talking about when he said there was much to discuss.
Sounds like
Probably.
it.
I didn't get any of that, but yes.
Sounds like it.
It was a huge agree. We all agree.
It was a huge.
Okay. So you enter into the noble quarter of Vanya.
Would it be all right if we stopped by and got me some new clothes, please? I don't want to have to meet anybody whose name starts with Lord wearing this.
You're tired of your rocky attire?
We could just draw on another card, seeing if you get a new attire.
I think she's actually wearing her school uniform at this point. She is, yes.
Yeah, we should probably get you something more befitting of your station. I believe there was somewhere around here you liked last time. Let's stop through again.
And we don't need to make this a whole thing. Can I get a new outfit?
Yes, you absolutely may. Let me just quickly double check.
And do they
believe,
have any
yeah, it was
jokers
right
in?
here.
Because I would like a joker.
Hachi. Tyler.
Shh.
Yes, so you can get a suit of like nice clothing for 50 gold or for 30 gold pieces for for like a set of very, very nice clothing.
That seems
If
awfully
you
high.
It's awfully nice.
It's very nice, yeah. I mean that is stuff that would look that would kind of allow you to blend in a noble environment. If you prefer, you can also get just kind of like nicely made explorers outfits for 10 gold apiece.
Wait, that was 30, he would say, in the dress shop. grab the one in silk. I'll pay you 50.
Certainly, sir. And yeah, if you
That
wish to
one was
pay
worth
50
it.
gold, then that will, with 50 gold, you will also get basically accessories that include a small amount of jewelry.
Gucci.
Nice.
Like my sunglasses.
Little parasol.
And yes, they absolutely would be able to supply outfits that included a choker.
Yo, let's just customize your rapier to turn into a parasol. Parasol rapier.
I want it now.
I'll never expect it. Take your
One of the
sword to the
Kingsman
itty birdie.
umbrellas.
Yeah. We have the technology.
We have the wander.
True.
And am I taking that off my character sheet since I carry all your money anyway? We lost him.
No, I took it off my sheet.
Okie doke.
Okay.
He paid it all in Electrum. He's laying shop keepers everywhere.
No, that was gold. I got to keep those precious.
Yeah, and yeah, that little stop will take about an hour of your time, but yeah, it's getting on toward kind of like 5 o'clock-ish by the time you're done with the little excursion. But you now have a suit of very fine clothing, or as many suits of very fine clothing as you care to purchase.
You would, before stepping out, look at like a really nice suit and then look towards Lorium and give him I think you'd clean up pretty good.
No.
I mean, come on. It's got a bow tie. You look really good in a bow tie.
No.
It doesn't have to. We can do like a bolo for you or something.
Put it on the visor.
All right. Let's head to Wolfard then. To the Serenado Keep.
Actually, this is the Watchful Keep. Serenado Keep is the name of the fortress that stands at the entrance to the Serenado River that is the border between Caloronava and Abignosera.
To the Watchful Keep.
Nope, he meant what he meant. We're skipping over that one.
We're just going straight to Serenado.
Yeah.
Good luck, boys. Off the cliff.
That means we totally see you, or at least I totally see you, looking at clothing. What is that search history?
Clothing.
Kidding.
What?
I'm kidding.
Don't know what you're talking about. I want a new outfit.
Woo! So, as you approach the Serenado Keep, evening is drawing in. Or not Serenado. God, you got me saying it now. The Watchful Keep. Night is drawing in. You see in the city, despite the apparently heightened security at and beyond the walls, the city seems much as you left it. The hustle and bustle of day-to-day industry seems to continue relatively unabated, and there is still a sense of subtle tension in the air due to the uncertainty of the political situation at the moment. But it doesn't seem to have dampened people's spirits too greatly as you move through the town.
And I
as
would
you
say,
approach,
before, at some point after we leave doing the dress, because I just remembered, I'd go, oh, let's not forget, it's showtime, boys. As I would tear the cover we have on the dragon's head off the top of the wagon and begin to, present it.
okay.
Like a redneck with a deer on the hood of his car.
Are you just kind of like showing it and as you drive, or are you making a statement about it to the crowds or the people on the streets around?
think the acting alone is a statement.
Absolutely, but like, are you saying anything, or are you simply having it visible as you move?
I would give Naira a raised eyebrow and go, "What do you think?"
I think it's best to let rumors get started.
They'll hear about the lines, I guess, and they'll just smile and not really sing anything or try and draw the crowd, but just be playing.
Okay. So, strumming along on your guitar as you move through the streets, you do certainly like the spectacle of this dragon's head mounted on the front of the roof of your carriage. Certainly does draw a great deal of attention and speculation as you move through the streets. Like people clear a path for you and watch as you move by. And there is evidently a great deal of attention and questions being shouted out, or not shouted out, but moving in your wake as you see people kind of staring after you. More than a few actually following briefly to getting a good look at you before you move on. But in this way, attracting now a great deal more attention than you otherwise would have, you make your way through the city and to the Watchful Keep, at which you find, again, the keep itself, though throughout the rest of the city you didn't see a greatly increased amount of guard presence or activity. That is not the case at the keep. Evidently, the expanded presence beyond and at the walls comes at the cost of a great deal of activity at the keep itself. And as you approach, you do see several more of these large patrols riding to and fro. Some of them evidently returning from, being out beyond the walls, and some of them just heading out themselves in preparation for riding throughout the evening and potentially into the night. As you guys approach with this dragon's head displayed very prominently, many of a lot of them kind of pause for a moment, and it's not long before one of them, again a sergeant, judging by his uniform and the cloak on his shoulders, does kind of approach and say, "What's your business here? What is that?"
Well, that's actually a black dragon's head. As you can see, they've got rather terrible. This one thought he was some kind of powerful godlike creature, and luckily, though, the king had sent us out to figure some things out. I believe, investigate, and pulling on one string after another, we found what was causing the problems down there, and we had to remove its head.
Your agents of the crown? Do you have a writ?
He would reach in and go, "Actually, I know it's getting a little bit late, but could you get us up to the Lord Commander?"
And yeah, if you show him the writ, he just goes, right, yes, very good. And he actually counts off a couple members of the patrol. It says, take them, escort them to the keep. Let the Lord Walfard know they're on their way.
Can you make sure the dragon skull isn't messed with? I think we're gonna give it as a gift to the king, and I'd hate to see something happen to it.
Yes, very good. Escort them there. Make sure they're not disturbed. Good work. He just seems a little kind of shell shocked a little bit by this presentation you've given him. And yeah, a couple of members of the patrol do kind of move off and escort you guys through, meaning that any other patrols that see you see that this, you have this kind of city guard escort.
We got
and
a
you're
cop
allowed
car
to get,
in front and behind with their lights on. We're fine.
basically, yeah.
Right.
As you move through the streets. Attracting now even more attention from the people that are thronging the streets in this area as you pass by the main market, through the dock district toward the keep itself, where as you approach, again, you see a fairly large presence outside of it. much of which just stares at you as you pass, given that you now have this city guard escort, bringing your carriage through and into the internal courtyard, where you again see a hubbub of activity, of city guard kind of getting ready to move out, horses being either kind of rubbed down and kind of having their livery taken off or being prepared to go out. And in the midst of it all, there is a familiar figure, Captain Valen, who appears to be in command or trying to coordinate a good deal of this activity. But as your carriage pulls in and you see them standing there directing this activity, Wander, you would notice this immediately. Let me see.
Dear dummy thick perception.
Yeah. Wander definitely with his passive. Everyone else, go ahead and roll me perception checks.
Oh,
Not
Who's
terrible.
there? Just coming in clutch every
Right.
time.
Uther and Naira, you will also notice this. Captain Vatlan, as you approach, their left hand is missing. It appears to have been cut off a little below the wrist, or a little above the wrist, and there's just a stump sticking out of the armored rare brace, wrapped in a heavy bandage. But as your carriage pulls in, they turn, and their eyes narrow for a moment before widening, both in recognition and surprise and shock at the spectacle that you have brought with you. And you see this recognition of your arrival, and the shock that accompanies the spectacle that you have brought with you, moving out through the courtyard. A lot of the activity ceasing, as the city guard, those who were, sitting and talking or relaxing, all standing up, trying to figure out what this arrival is in aid of. Those who were preparing to move out, again, stopping their activity and staring at you all for a moment before Captain Valen seems to regain themselves and looks around and goes, "Get back to work! Come on, you've all got shifts to get to! Get out there!" Sends them back to their work, striding across to you in turn, just goes, "Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this when we sent you to Eldenil. I guess you've been, well, I guess it's been eventful."
Yeah, to say the least. I didn't think I'd go down there and find. Oh, I mean, handsome figure, isn't he, though?
That's one word for it. Did you kill it?
I mean, I would be very shocked if it was alive right now. As he looks at his
They actually kind of like cover a little bit of a snort of laughter. It's like, indeed. Well, I suppose this is what Lord Walfard said when he told me to expect your arrival. He's expecting you. He's up in his office. I'll have a man take you in. Well,
I'm so sorry. Do you mind if I ask? And she gestures to his hand.
he kind of looked down and goes, yes, well, we've had events of our own while you were gone. The investigation into the fivefold cult. It's been not without complications. I led a group to Quilburn and we were attacked. Some metal creature came out of nowhere, tore into us. Well, fortunately for me, it seemed more interested in simply destroying the place rather than destroying us. Otherwise, I doubt I would be talking to you right now. As it was, well, I still didn't escape entirely unscathed, as you can see.
Oh. This was at Quilburn, you said.
Indeed. I took a group of guards and some, well, shall we say, investigators to examine the estate and the workshop that you described. 4 days ago, while we were there, this creature, whatever it was, came out of nowhere, attacked us, tore through us like we were raw recruits.
And were the servants still in residence? Are they okay?
Most of them. As I said, it seemed more intent on tearing the place down. We were able to get most of them out, and, well, once we realized the futility of trying to stop it, we just tried to stay out of its way.
Naira's gonna look to Lorium.
I'm sorry, I may have missed it. I was talking to May.
Oh yeah, you
What kind of
definitely did.
creature?
You missed
Uh,
a
What kind?
big
No, no,
thing.
no. What kind of creature?
a big
She
metal
referred to it
cat.
as a great
Oh.
metal beast.
Oh,
Hmm.
big metal beast.
Could have been Wander.
So was it like a big metal snake or like a big metal eagle? You say beast. I'm just looking for big scary turtle.
Panther, if I had to say. Or a lion, something like that. I've not really seen anything like it before, but if I had to liken it to any creature, it would be one of those.
Kind of wish you said bunny, but
You're not the only
Where?
one.
Where's
Oh.
Quilburn?
That's the estate where we went with the and attacked Will and did that whole thing.
Mhm.
And that's the Quilburn estate.
Indeed.
And
Why
went
would
there,
you be
looked at a
tearing the
bunch of
place
stuff.
down?
Well, that's the question that we're still trying to answer. But by the time it was done, the workshop was nothing but rubble, and the mansion was in flames.
This thing must have been quite powerful to, well, be able to accomplish all that in spite of yourself and the other guards you took.
There were 15 of us. By the time it was done, there were 8.
Oh,
Well, 7.5.
But once you backed off, it stopped attacking you.
Yes. As soon as we tried, as soon as we stopped trying to stop it, it ignored us, tore the workshop down, bounded off toward the mansion. I sent some soldiers after it to try and get the servants out if they could. They mostly succeeded. Fortunately, the servants didn't try to interfere with it. They just fled. But
Lauren? Oh, sorry. Lauren would just look like, sorry, turn his head towards the others and just whisper, I've only ever seen it attack people. This is much more direction oriented.
it could have been tracking you. But
do you
what
say
if
this
it
to
got in
Valen?
Hmm?
Do you say this to Valen or Shalorian?
Delorium?
But it only ever ran away from me.
I'm not sure.
We should find it.
Do you know if it's still there? In the premise?
No. We have no idea where it is. It vanished after the attack. well, once the flames died down, we moved in, but there was no sign of it. We've had reports that it's been spotted in other places around the city since then, but no pattern, no consistency. It seems able to be able to come and go as it pleases. It's one of the reasons you may have seen we're trying to only move around in force and on horses, so that should be spotted, we don't have to try and fight it alone.
And we were told that some of the guards around the city were attacked.
And she kind of looks around, or they kind of look around the courtyard a little bit, and then lean in and say, "You should talk to Lord Walthart. He'll be able to tell you more. There's a good deal more going on here than I think any of us suspected."
Right.
Well, thank you.
They kind of nod and salute. Say, anyway, the sergeant will see you to the Lord's quarters. He's expecting you.
You know, there is magic that can help.
And they kind of look down at it and say, "I've heard of such things, but well, I don't know if I have any miracles coming my way."
Nara's just
I
gonna
th-
make a note.
I think you'd be surprised as you just then give the gesture to lead on.
And they kind of nod a goodbye, turn, and then you immediately hear them go into back into professional soldier mode, bellowing out an order that gets a patrol that was lollygagging back on the move. As a sergeant at their command moves up and kind of bows to you slightly and says, "We'll ensure that nobody interferes with the wagon. If you'll follow me." And the whole time he's just staring directly at the dragon head.
Certainly. Please lead the way.
Yeah. Follow me. Kind of again, like just looking back over his shoulder the whole time, and this arrival with this exceptional trophy does seem to have caused quite the stir. You can hear kind of whisperings and like feel people and see people watching you as you move through the keep. Down the now fairly familiar halls and toward the offices of Lord Wolfard. The door to which is already standing open, and you can see the Lord himself, dressed in what the only thing you've ever seen him in as a suit of rather fine chainmail, underneath a very finely made hauberk, or tabard, I should say. He's standing at his desk, appears to be writing out or signing some paperwork, which he then moves over and seals. And he looks up as you enters. "Ah, you're here." And he gestures out of a window that looks down onto the courtyard and says, "I see you weren't joking about the dragon."
Yes, things had unfurled quite wondrously, actually.
So what the hell happened down there?
You see as he smiles. I have an actually rather wondrous, entirely done musical version of it. Or, as he turns and gestures, my wife can give you the fine book details. I imagine I know what you'd prefer. Darling?
I imagine you do.
Oh,
And he looks
in fact,
directly at you, Naira.
Naira is actually surprised by this being the preference because she was all about watching Uther's performance.
Aw. She's like, oh, come, but there's explosions.
Exactly. You don't understand. And then she will start with explaining about what happened to what was his name? Donald?
Dunor,
Dunor.
Lord Dunor Dwellin.
That's it. Um, Lord Dunor Dwellin. That when we had gotten into town, he'd already been hung. And from there, explain about how the town was really gross, and etc. etc. Going through the details in as much of a um, just sort of just the facts, ma'am, kind of way.
Just the
Okay.
fact we killed
She spent-
Dory.
No, she spends like 3 minutes talking about the clothing change. We found this magic deck. We pulled the card from it, and it fucking pissed me off.
Leo, Lorium got a bird.
um, as he listens to the entire thing, like very sternly and stoically and patiently, listening to your story. But as you do so, you see him kind of making several little notes down.
Honestly, to be fair, she does get sidetracked a few times on things only she thinks is interesting and relevant.
Fair enough. At those points, he'll just he kind of very gruffly, but like politely but gruffly, um, asks you a question to get you back on track.
So about the dragon.
Basically,
Oh,
yes.
right, yes.
But at one, as you kind of finish the story,
And this
you
part
see
is
he's
completely
made
true.
he's made a few brief notations, and he taps his quill next to one of them and just goes, "So, Lady Thornwell, this counselor, she seems to be more or less in charge down there now."
More or less, yeah.
Okay, we'll have to make sure we keep her on a short leash. Good work. Now, this dragon. From what I understand, these creatures, they live a great deal of time, so it's likely quite old, correct?
I thought this thing was a relatively young one, yeah?
I mean, it is a full-grown adult, so it's probably at least 750 to 800 years.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so she will confirm that.
I see. And when you killed it, the environment around it changed. The city, the countryside around it.
Yes, the
Yeah.
choice of its... Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say yes. Other than there was some rather rough dumpings from industry, but I believe that'll be curtailed.
Corrupting aura. Interesting.
A rather nasty one too. We could, if you require, we could have evidence sent up from a master doing previous and current water tests before and after its death.
Or does that corrupting
This
aura
Master
ring any
Rephram you
bells?
mentioned? We'll have agents make contact with him. See what he has to say, see what there is to be learned.
And make sure to lend aid to the new captain. She seems rather the right of sorts. There was a rather devious corruption issue. Just something to keep note of.
He kind of gives a somewhat wry grin. It's just, you don't say.
Well, we did help clear out corruption in more than one place.
As well as the Murderers Guild. They all got murdered.
Well, you were busy. And by gods, you certainly did what we sent you down there to do.
We bore easily.
We did kill that entire gang because we were like, you know what? Let's do it. Come on, it'll be fun.
And Lorium wasn't even involved. He was playing with Falco.
He would have loved it.
Kind of,
I wonder what kind of trouble they're getting into.
So we're getting slaughtered by a demon.
He kind of gives a chuckle, and just goes, "Well, I'm sure we can find some things to keep you busy. In the meantime," he pushes forward a small kind of chest across the desk towards you. I believe I sent you down there with a promise if you found out anything useful. I would say what you've told me, that you fulfilled that. And he kind of nods toward the chest.
Nairo will
This
hand it
great. Pulls it out.
Like, that seems just up his alley.
Sorry, go on.
I said I indicated that Lorium should grab it.
Yeah, let me just pick that up for you.
It is too heavy for you to lift.
No, I mean, like, it definitely is, it's got some weight to it, but Lorium is basically Goliath, so yeah, no, you're able to hoist it up with relative ease.
Wait till you give me like a fucking giant's belt. Aw.
Ha 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 ha. No.
Patience.
No, we give it to Wander.
I mean, doesn't a giant's belt set wouldn't it actually lower your strength? Because I think it sets your strength
It
to
depends on
19.
what kind of giant.
The lowest one is 21.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is a hill giant. And the highest is 29 with a storm giant.
Fair enough. Anyway,
As well as
Sorry, go on.
I would think it would be rather nice. I would appreciate if we could take it off and show it around. And as we were acting in agency of the king, to present him in a good light and to calm perhaps some of the people, seeing such a devious thing being slain through your king's mighty hand could definitely help the situation around. And of course, we would then like to present it. Do you think certain things such as that could be arranged?
the Dragon Slayer is wishing to present it to the king.
We did go down there after his request, indeed.
He actually looks he looks down, and you can tell that he's thinking about a great deal more than just your request. You actually see his eyes flick over several, he's got a map of the Harashan coast on one portion of his desk, and several other letters and things like that scattered around. And you see his eyes kind of flick between them for a moment before he goes, "Yes, yes, I think such a thing could be arranged. I think that could be quite useful. You say you bore easily. Looking for something to do then?"
Always, although he glances towards Wander. We do have promises to be kept elsewhere, but they're not as pressing on time.
Well, I think the king will be able to find a place to send you. Yes, I certainly do. Yes. Let me guess. You traveled through the streets with that thing visible?
But of course.
Very good. You'll leave it here with me. Let me see. In a day or two at most, I'll send someone for you. A presentation will be arranged. King Lotucio will want to meet you. I'm almost certain of that.
Wondrous, and then we're free to go and tell of our tale of slaying the evil dragon and saving the town.
Tell away. Leave out. Leave out the corruption. Leave out my name. Honor the king. Do what you will.
He just gives him a bow and a nod. Then we will set off towards, I believe, the High Tower Inn.
The Tower Shade.
Tower Shade.
Mm.
Lorium will sort of just look towards everybody getting ready to leave and just look back towards him.
I'm not leaving.
Oh. And just say, so where's the last place this fucking metal cat was spotted?
Huh. I suppose Valen showed you their arm.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say they put it on display, really.
Kind of obvious. With
That
a
it is.
fucking natural one.
The last place, let me see. And he pulls out another map and says, about 4 miles south. A group coming back from an estate. A name that we found at Quilburn before it burned to the ground. We were going to have a talk with them. The head of the family, well, the head of the family that we'd intended to speak to wasn't there. It fled. Whilst we were trying to determine exactly where, it showed up, killed 2 more of my men, and when the rest fled, it disappeared again. I wish I could tell you where we know where it is now, but, well, even those in the tower, and he nods it over toward the distant towers across the city, haven't been able to find it. The damn thing seems to be able to confuse even their eyes.
Interesting.
And Naira, you are the only one that is proficient in Arcana, correct?
I have expertise in Arcana, I think.
Fair enough. Well, is anybody else proficient or expert?
I'm a jack.
Fair enough. Then the 2 of you may both make Arcana rolls.
Or I can make it with advantage. Or he can do it. Never mind. Damn it.
Oh. A 15 is actually enough. A 15 was actually the DC. You recall that Lorium had previously used a scroll of scrying to successfully visualize this creature. You presume the Tower of Arcanel to be unable to locate it now would mean that something has changed since then.
What kind of things could have changed? Do I have like a list of possibilities?
Maybe it's in a place that's warded.
Yes,
Yeah. With a 15, you wouldn't know specifics. You are certainly aware that, you actually have had in your possession at several points various magical items that prevent scrying in various ways. And so potentially this creature had been augmented with magic of that type. You wouldn't be able to, you don't really know anything more specific than that with a 15, unfortunately.
So yeah. Maybe it's protected, or, technically, I suppose it's possible that it's just been destroyed, but I doubt we're that lucky.
Me too. Did you mention to Wolfard, by the way, that you had previously successfully scryed on it, or do you just mention that it's protected?
I would probably just mention that it's protected.
Okay. Yes, they said as much. They're apparently trying some new things, and they keep on promising me that their expertise is unmatched and they'll win the day, but so far they've had limited success.
How long have they
So,
been trying?
since the attack at Quilburn, 4 days now.
And what's going on with these guards being attacked outside the walls?
Well, I've stepped up patrols more so out of appearance than anything, but the attacks themselves are far from random. It is not precisely guards that are being attacked. Though guards have been present, they have largely been escorting. Let's call them investigators, agents of mine, that have been at work against the cult that you uncovered. Wherever I have sent them, wherever they have attempted to ferret out the workings of this group, our most promising leads have been cut off by this creature. Now it has disappeared,
And
along with, and many of the trails that we were following have gone cold.
these agents, they're are they working covertly?
They are now. Previously, many of them were, well, openly identifying themselves. Their intent was not known to many. But I suppose the presence of this creature shows that at least some of them were on the right track. Tracks
And
that have now been sadly obfuscated and trails that have gone cold. It'll take time to pick them up in a, as you say, more covert manner.
Have them start looking into Lord Murdoch.
Lord Murdoch? Why?
There's things starting to point in his direction.
I'll need more. He's a well-known, powerful figure. If I'm to start moving against him, please understand, I trust you. You have more than proven yourselves, but I'll need to know where to start digging.
Lean back and say, he knew exactly where one of the branches of the corruption of the cult would start, and ended up sending us right on top of it.
Indeed. Where?
You see as he shakes his head. We did what we could to drop the cavern down on the place, to make it unrecoverable. And I would prefer if it was lost to time. Such places should be best left to heal.
You're not giving me much to go on, but very well. We'll keep an eye on him. Look for connections where we can.
look to see if he's mining anywhere.
Mining. I don't know enough about his holdings, but very well. Maybe it's time I started learning.
And I cannot stress this enough. He cannot know you're looking into him, and he cannot know that this lead came from us.
Understood. As far as
But
anyone is concerned, you are dragon slayers, returning triumphant to the king. That will be the reception that will be arranged. That will be the story that is put about. I can thank you on his behalf for bringing such a trophy and such triumph to a kingdom in peril. Any-
one more question. That might sound weird.
Mm,
Some of the specific people that weren't your guards being attacked by the thing, they didn't share common appearance or anything, did they?
not, not precisely, no. I mean, some of them looked enough alike, I suppose, but there was no great commonality.
Blonde hair.
One or two.
Right. Well, thank you for the information.
Thank you for killing a fucking dragon.
That was her. And I'll just point towards Anara.
And he seems like he does genuinely give kind of a double take. As he looks over to you, it's I see.
Nonsense. It was a joint effort.
I don't know what you're talking about. You get scared when you get mad, darling.
Yeah, I don't think I hit it.
Yeah, you just made it so that the rest of us survived everything.
Goes, well, this will certainly be a story the nobles will want to hear.
I'm sure they'll want to see it. She looks lovingly at Uther.
We'll put on a show. As for putting on a show, anything else? As he looks towards the group, and then back at Lord Wolflord.
He goes, no, not for now. Thank you for this information. There's, well, a lot more digging to be done. Hopefully this fucking beast won't be as much of a problem down there. For now, find an inn, rest well. You'll be contacted soon.
If there's another side of it, let me know immediately.
Eager to add another trophy to your
Throwing-
collection? He says to Lorium.
One or two.
Well, if I can find a way to throw you at it, don't worry, I won't be shy about it.
Appreciate it.
Not half as much as the men you'll be saving will. Good day to you. And thank you again. And he kind of nods and bends down, begins to write out another letter.
Lorium just pounds right fist into his chest before he leaves.
Then I suppose we follow.
Okay.
We did our heroic deed of parading through with our trophies.
And now we're leaving it here, yes?
Yes.
That was his
Yes.
request, yes.
Yes.
As you exit, he actually calls in one of the guards that was waiting outside, and you hear him giving orders for the dragon's head to be unloaded and brought down into the Undercroft. Oh, and by the way, as part of your kind of relating of events, did you mention the attack at the tower?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Then since you covered that, he just kind of seems to shrug and like make a note of that. But provided that you gave him a relatively full accounting, he wouldn't have had any additional questions.
Be on the lookout for magic vultures.
Be on the lookout for flying birds. Wait.
Harvey Birdman.
Cool. Okay. So with that, you are led back out into the courtyard. The sergeant that he had spoken to comes with you, and as he relays the orders, a group of men start to unload the dragon's head again, like surrounded by this crowd of gawking city guard. All of which, as you guys make your appearance, again this. All eyes turning toward you, the susurrus of whispers spreading out around the courtyard as you hear your group referred to as dragon slayers over and over again in these small conversations that are springing up. Very quickly, though, the dragon head is unloaded. The wagon or the carriage is put back at your disposal. And you are allowed back out into the streets of Vanya. And as we prepare for the rest of your evening, let's just take a quick 5-minute break. I need to refresh my drink, and we will start again in a few minutes.
Yay! I'm gonna go check on the
Yay.
kitten.
Yay.
I would totally have kissed the dragon on the snout and been like, I'm gonna make you famous.
Oh my god! A little flower in a torn. Okay, be right back.
So who's staying? Who do I have to bounce an idea off of?
Bounce away.
So, right, I've got commune,
Right?
and I want to ask God some questions.
Sure.
The questions I'm thinking, I've got, is it possible
Okay.
for me?
And
Oh,
just clarify for me. Okay. So is commune the like you get like the sentence vague response, or is it like the yes or no? Or
I
like
get,
maybe?
yeah, it's 3 yes or no's that are correct. They have to be correct answers.
Okay.
The God may not know, but at the same time, it's also a God, you know.
Right.
So I've got question 1: is it possible to scry for me to scry on the Metal Panther right now? And then I've got, do any
It's not
leaders
bad.
do any leaders of the magical towers in Vanya work with the cult we deal with? Which is why I was trying to figure out if they had a
And if
specific
it's
title.
okay. And is it the Tower of Evocation?
Yeah, we can just go through. I'll just cast it like 3 or 4 times and ask about each tower. And then I have a third
Well, I was
question,
just
which
saying
is
evocation because we've had things pointing at it. So if we get to play our clue card, you know what I mean? It's like, well, we think it's Colonel Mustard.
yeah,
So,
I got it. Does the leader of the evocation tower in Vanya work with the cult we deal with? That is. Yeah. And then the third question is: does the king take part in any of the activities of the cult?
Oh, that's a good one. I had a different question.
That's your
that-
question because
Well,
it's a
Yeah.
I
ritual.
think that you would be particularly interested in.
Wander's got time.
The question that I would ask is, are there answers about Kindfell in Sorveni?
Oh, now that's cheating. Don't you want to wait to see until we get there?
I mean, it's entirely up to you. It's your spell. I was just thinking that that might be a question you wanted answered.
Oh, I definitely want it answered, but it's cheating. I can't do that. I would love to, but that takes out the adventure. I would love to get there and just have not what I need to be there.
I mean, exactly. Like, using the spell as it's written, as it's intended, is totally cheating.
It is for me. That's like the one thing that I'm trying to find out is like, what the fuck is Kindfell?
I didn't ask what it was. I was asking if we were going the right direction.
That's my response. There are more important things to find out right now.
Fair enough.
I can
Up
do
to you.
yeah, I can do that later. I can ask God, is blue Naira's favorite color? Is green Naira's favorite color? And I'll just do that every day.
Naira doesn't
I'll get
have
the
a
right
favorite
answer.
color. It's like
Oh,
asking
then
her
I'm gonna be doing it for a while.
It's like asking her to choose a favorite child.
There's an answer for that. Every parent has an answer for that now. Come on.
Oh, my mom definitely had an answer for that.
Hmm?
It's like communism. They're all equal. Just some are more equal than others.
Yes.
No, it would definitely have been like a Rick and Morty summer, I'll save summer moment.
Choose the child you're gonna save. Summer. I'm saving Summer.
Summer. Instant. Andrew, you're back, right?
I am. I am just taking care of setting up a couple of things.
What
sounds
do you
like
possibly
combat.
need to take care of? Yeah, like what? What do you possibly need to take care of? I don't
What?
know. While you're here, do the leaders of the magic towers, do those guys have a title, or is it kind of just like
Uh,
generally speaking they all work together?
yes. Well, they do have titles. Members of kind of the faculty of the towers are known as arcanists, and then the senior kind of leaders of each tower are known as magos.
Like MAGOS.
MAGOS, indeed.
Okay. Cool.
Although again, like both of those are very broad terms, like professor. There are professors and then there are professors.
Yeah. There's like online college professors, then there's like in person.
Yeah, and so like a magus can be anybody from like a senior fellow who is in charge of teaching a certain subject to like the leader of the entire tower. And again, an arcanist can be anybody from like somebody who is just like performing research to a continent renowned expert on a subject.
So you can have an arcanist who is above a magos.
No, I mean, you can have an arcanist who is more skilled or knowledgeable than a magus, but a magus implies a level of authority within the tower's hierarchy.
Okay.
Typically, and Naira would certainly have this knowledge at her disposal, which means so would the rest of you essentially. Most of the towers are governed by essentially a council of the senior magus.
And that is a term unique to the towers. Like I won't go to an inn and find someone who's like, or I won't go to a library and find like an arcanist.
No, yeah. I mean, there are people outside of the towers who refer to themselves as arcanist so and so and stuff like that, but that would mean that they had been educated within the towers, achieved that title, and then like left to pursue some other career or whatever.
Okay.
I return. Kitten is still sitting next to a water tank in the side room because that's where it is for the laundry. But she started purring the moment she saw me.
That's adorable.
That is adorable.
May was like, she's doting on you, but Hachi will always dote on me.
Okay. Okay. Is everybody back? Everybody good to go?
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool beans. Okay. So, following your interview with Lord Wolfhard, you are, as I said, led back out of the keep. The dragon head has been removed from your carriage. However, you do still have at your disposal everything else that you took from its body. A number of scales and claws and the like, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
You emerge back out onto the streets. At this point, it is getting into the evening, probably about 5 or 6. Yeah, probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock. You'd say sun's beginning to dip down toward the horizon. And the streets are filling up with people who are kind of getting off of work and heading out into, beginning their evening, either heading home or to a tavern for some relaxation. Where are you guys heading?
Yes.
I would say, should we head to the inn, the one we went to last time, or somewhere else? I mean, and then we got to do a bit of a show, I imagine.
I mean, the shows usually pay for the food and stay, so I'm all up for it.
The
I
real
would
question is, should we stay in the noble district or the lower quarters?
You can just feel through the connection. By the way, Naira obviously has a preference.
Wander and Lorian both advocate for the poor one.
We got a bougie tie. We got a tie, it seems.
Bougie tie.
Well, split up. Nothing bad will happen if we split up, right?
Question: do I know of any fancy brothels in Vanya? Because I feel like I will be able to sway Lorium.
Damn it. Lorian, there's a fight pit in the poor district.
Oh shit!
I mean, yeah, that you like that such a place definitely would exist within Manya. So yes, yeah, I would say that you definitely would be able to name a courtesan house, as it is referred to.
And she'll say, well, Lacey and Yvette can appear to be twins.
I think I lost.
Come on, Lorium, some. Huh? You say the dragon.
I believe I owe you a platinum for.
I will not deny that statement.
We're all waiting on you to make a decision, Lorium.
Yeah, fuck it, go to whatever one you want. God.
All that work just to make him abstain.
Head off, but I would be turn and go. Lorium, would you mind playing or driving?
Do you want me to play?
I really want you to play.
You know, I actually
Yeah,
think
no
it'd be something good for you. Might like music. Speaking of music, Nara, as you would pull him up onto the top of the wagon and begin to just play, singing of the conquest over the town and the facing off of the dragon, as well as kind of announcing a bit of that we'll be doing a rather wondrous showing later tonight. And then have her announce the brothel and be like, "Oh yeah, this place is we're gonna bury that place."
So yes, Naira, you are able to point them in the direction of the Gilded Fan, which is a very upscale, as I said, courtesan house in the noble district. All the way over on the other side of town. About there. And as you move through, Uther, please also give me Naira was performing with advantage because of her violin. So Uther, please also give me a performance check. Okay, not your best work, but still a perfectly passable performance as you move through the streets. You do seem to be kind of getting the rumor mill going as you move through. Like people, because it's kind of as you're moving through, you just kind of you're not getting the same kind of adoring masses that followed you through Eldenil and kind of choked your path as you moved through the streets there. But you definitely are leaving an impression behind you. Occasionally questions are shouted out as to kind of what exactly what story you're telling. Are you the guys with the dragons, or with the dragon? Is one that is thrown out more than once. And yeah, like you're not getting the same kind of like crowd that is following in your wake, but you definitely are having your passing noticed as you move through the streets. Eventually, you move out through the through between the towers, into the nicer parts of town. The streets here are wider, a little quieter in some ways, but also, fuller of nice carriages and things like that as well. Eventually, making your way through to the Gilded Fan, which is again a very kind of tall, broad, ornate structure, heavily hung and festooned with lanterns, many of which are stylized in the form of a kind of very intricately filigreed fan, a like lace fan, covered in what would be a kind of gold colored paint rather than gold itself. You suspect as you pull up. As you do so, you do see that there are a couple of very large but well dressed men standing out front. Who, as you approach, kind of step up towards your carriage. And one of them kind of bows slightly and says, "Good day. Welcome to the Gilded Fan. Uh, will you be requiring entertainment tonight?"
Yes, me and my wife will be needing a room, as well as I imagine they'll be needing some company, as well as fresh milk, if you have such thing.
Um, he just kind of like he looks puzzled for a moment and he says, "Rooms, company, and any luxuries that you require can be provided within. You should speak to the maitre d'." It says, "I will see to stabling for your carriage. Please." You guys
Wonderful.
are kind of, at least Uther and Naira, the two of you are well dressed enough that he doesn't seem to raise too many, it doesn't raise too many eyebrows. Laurium and Wander, though you don't get the impression that you guys are this normal clientele, you kind of get the idea that you're being viewed as kind of bodyguards of this noble couple that have just arrived.
I mean, we pretty much are at this point, so
And yeah, you are able to step within where, and as you step into the common room, you are immediately assailed by this heavily scented air. Kind of incense and jasmine burning in the air, and almost a fog, as music from a harp floats out of a side chamber. Throughout the common room, rather than the tables and chairs that you are used to, there's these very low areas surrounded by chaise and loungers, on which various men and women, some of whom are dressed as nobles, others of whom are, shall we say, more scantily attired, lounge about. And as you guys enter, a very slightly built young man, in like what is clearly a sort of noble adjacent but not noble presenting outfit, kind of steps up and says, "Good day, good day, or good evening, should I say. Welcome to the Gilded Fan. I don't recognize you. Is this your first time with us?"
Yes, we've heard that this is the place we must come to.
Well, you have certainly heard correctly there. My name is Armand. I shall be seeing to your any needs that you have tonight. May we start with a table?
I believe so. Whatever the special is, milk and some What would you like, Lorium? Whiskey?
Yeah, whiskey sounds good.
Certainly, a
whiskey.
bottle of whiskey for your man and some milk to begin. No, wine while you look at the menu.
Certainly.
Fantastic, fantastic. We have a lovely red, fresh in from the Isles of Elbert just a week ago. I shall have a bottle brought out presently. To whom should I speak to ensure that we can have your retainer on hand?
You see as he looks over towards Naira and smiles and then says, she'll be taking care of the cost. But he's going to need to be taking care of all of his whims. He's earned it. He's a dragon slayer. We're actually going to be presenting it out in the square up front. We'll be maybe willing to do a private show within to inspire and induce your guests, making this something more wondrous for everyone here.
Give me a persuasion check.
And Naira winks at him and gives him inspiration.
Give it.
Does that include the 1d8
1d6.
or 1d6?
D6.
30.
Yeah.
31.
31. Okay. Armand takes kind of a step back, looks again at Lorium, and seems to kind of reassess the whole situation. He goes, "Oh, certainly, my lord. Apologies for bringing up something so uncouth as a retainer to gentlemen of your stature. Please accept my apologies, and if there is anything that I can do to ensure that your evening is more pleasant, please do not hesitate to let me know. I am certain that we can sort out all such formalities after you have finished enjoying your evening. Please, right this way."
As well
and
as I must warn you, I imagine tonight's going to get a little busy. We had informed that there was perhaps an opportunity to hear what the Dragon Slayers had done.
Yes, do listen out for people talking or asking about that. We are more than happy to regale your patrons with the story.
Certainly. You are skilled in the arts of storytelling, then.
Skilled in many arts, yes.
Indeed. Well, I am certain that you shall have the opportunity. I shall just go inform the madame that we have such distinguished guests among us. Please, do right this way. And I mean, I don't know how much of this you guys want to RP, but they will. Armand will lead you over to a low table. Where again, you are surrounded with chaise and low sofas festooned with cushions, and you are able to enjoy a very, very luxurious evening.
I just want to
Of
enjoy the picture of Lorium trying to sit at one of these tables.
you don't so much sit; it's more of a lounging situation.
Yeah, that's even better.
in his like black metal full plate. His
Several
couch just
chairs.
creaking underneath him, with his glaive just kind of like leaning against the side.
This place suits you, Lorium.
He just looks around. I don't think it suits me as much as it just captivates.
And then he would just lean back, trying to follow Lorium's gaze. And then realizing who he's looking at, he'll just like snap it, send her an Xavier and be like, "Excuse me, my friend in plate would be very interested in speaking with you."
It's just every redhead.
As there's every redhead. Oh, I know his flavor. Come here, you and you and you.
Its flavor is whiskey.
All right, her with the whiskey colored eyes. Come here.
We do not have to RP.
Oh, you got us here.
I mean,
Wanda's in the
on.
background like, I brought rope.
No, yeah. So,
Wonder will though get up and walk out before it gets too rowdy.
And I would wait, have dinner, get a little bit of a buzz on, and then like go and look out the window and see if there starts to be some like a crowded enough square that some people are curious enough to hear and see what that dragon skull was about.
okay. Yeah. I mean, like this is a part of town where crowds are generally frowned upon, but there are certainly opportunities through the evening, and as like time wears on, you do get the opportunity to go outside, talk to people who, as well as people around you. Like your presence and the rumors that surround you, that have kind of swirled around you since you entered. The Madame herself comes out, talks to you, and Uther is able to effortlessly persuade her of not only the truth of your deeds, but like the status that you have as people who are going to be presenting your deed and your triumph and trophy to the king, which again, this conversation is had just a little bit louder than you think is strictly necessary to get those rumors swirling a little bit and associate this venue with people of your caliber, and again putting themselves next to people who are next to the king. And so, yeah, there are certainly opportunities as the evening wears on for you to attract and build upon this kind of attention. Make sure that the rumor mill is churning in your favor pretty pretty vehemently. Go ahead and give me a performance check with advantage, since Naira is going to be assisting you in these endeavors.
All right. Yeah, and then when it finally plays out, do the major image to the crowd to kind of get it playing through.
Then go ahead and add 1d6 to your performance check.
and well,
Do
Naira would
this.
also be playing her fiddle. Do you want me to
Go ahead and add. Well, he's already doing it with advantage, so yeah, go ahead and add an extra d4.
Is that so just a detail? Almost, pretty much. You guys just literally turn this place into like a fucking light show.
Whilst Lorium has a pair of very scantily clad redheads, one on each arm, giving
Question
him
is, how
every
much
attention.
gold does Lorium spend?
All of it.
It's got to be a pretty pricey evening. You get the feeling.
Yeah, but we got it covered.
See that?
I mean, you
Oh,
still haven't
boy.
looked inside that chest that you got from the guy.
Jesus
Good
Christ.
grief. Okay.
Hold on.
We're just lugging around
Give
random
it.
shit.
Okay.
34. Okay.
Well, if there wasn't a crowd after that, people are watching. And I would be stressing, just like the king sent us, we were acting as his agents, present the high keep as like loosely told us to do it to give him loose credit, but not bring him up at all. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then, but most of it is how kick-ass we are, and then Michael Bay fight with a dragon.
Got it.
Show the banner like a fucking Harry Potter magic show.
Yeah, Chad Lorium and Chad Wander. Because you're like carved in 6-pack, all of it.
Versus Swayback Dragon. Okay, yeah. Again, as has become kind of the norm for the group, Uther once again puts on what for most people would be a once in a lifetime performance.
See, my question actually is: does Naira look like Naira, or does Naira look like the Pamela Anderson version of Naira? Be very careful how you answer this.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit version.
You've realized that the only real difference is the major image Naira's hair is always perfect. And your teeth is always brushed for some reason, just like in the zombie movies. And your
And she's
makeup's always
also in
done.
pretty clothes rather than great
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she does do that every morning. She gets pretty.
And the
She's
blood
like,
splatters
"Oh."
usually fix that.
She dodges every droplet of blood.
That's how you know it's fiction.
And then just do the and good night as then turn around and take us inwards with a big lion's roar as the lions of the Russian coast and do the
Okay,
big
so you're
lions
owning that
playing
name
stuff.
and kind of presenting
Yes.
that as your identity.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, especially with a performance like that, the evening passes with you very quickly become the center and focus of attention in this common area. More and more of the other guests with their courtesans come and gather around you, eager to hear and bask in or hear the version and the retellings of this story and bask in your presence and just kind of socialize with the what are soon to be very obviously the celebrated dragon slayers that are the Lions of Harashan.
Yeah, and just no need to roleplay, but I'm definitely making myself known and available. Like this is definitely kind of politicianing within even the brothel. If they look important, want to talk, I will charm the fuck out of them.
Yeah. And I mean, you can quite easily tell this is like the place where the nobles go to play. So I mean, you would not be surprised if at least a third or so of the people in the room have lord or lady somewhere in their name, kind of thing. So like there is certainly plenty of opportunity for that.
Question. Naira would like to help Uther network. Is there basically what I would like to know is how many people in the room do I recognize and can go, oh, we would really like to be seen talking to them.
I know your husband. I know your wife.
Give me a history check.
Watch me now. 1.
That'll still be like an 18. So what are you even concerned about?
That'd be enough if I netted. So 14.
14. Okay. So Uther, go ahead and give me what would be the most appropriate roll here. Do you have anything you'd like to suggest as a skill check for your networking?
I mean, persuasion for talking, because I'm trying to just persuade them to and befriend them and charm them.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you roll persuasion then.
Go for it.
And with a 14, yes, I'll say you can roll with advantage.
Persuasion.
Ooh!
Ooh.
Yup.
Okay. Yes, you spend after your initial telling, you very quickly gather an audience of what seem to be fairly important individuals around you. In particular, there's 2 slightly older, very urbane gentlemen who are incredibly well dressed. That Naira, you are able to recognize as one of them is an earl, the other is a duke of Calaronava. And both of which evidently, in their younger days enjoyed a good deal of hunting, and so are enthralled with this tale of hunting down such a great beast. And so, especially with a 33, Uther, you are effortlessly able to draw them in, presenting yourself as this, as like a hunter of not only dragons but men, and engaging them in conversation on that level. And ingratiating yourself a great deal with both of these gentlemen, to the point where you have that by the end of it, you have that sort of new drunken best friend vibe.
He is the subsidiary to king. At
Say
this
again?
point, he's like the subsidiary king at this point.
If you don't mind me asking, I know such places aren't really shared, but I'm more than willing to share mine. Do you gentlemen have names? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, and they're
Naira-
actually like they're not shy at all about
okay.
introducing themselves and using their real names. They don't see like there doesn't seem to be any kind of shame or
around
anything
it?
like that,
Okay.
or yeah, like furtiveness with their presence here. And like you would, certainly from your interaction with Naira and kind of the way that she behaved at uh the place in Aldwell, the Fox and the Hound, like there does on the Harashan coast, courtesans and places like this are just seen as a form of kind of entertainment.
Gotcha.
There's no sort of like
taboo.
taboo. Yes.
And by the way, Naira did the very like personal assistant thing. As they were walking up or you got their attention, she would have been like, "This is Earl, blah blah blah," and giving you all the information about them, just under
Yeah.
her breath.
And the individuals are Lord Tagarna,
Lord Tagarna.
I should say Earl Tagarna, and Duke Mirthmite. Or no, sorry, Duke Duskworn.
Duke Duskworn. And she would have just said like they're fond of hunting. And stuff like that. So yeah, you definitely knew their names.
And he would just say, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hopefully we can have more conversation. I do think we'll find ourselves soon on another hunt. Seems something has been attacking the guards, and that just can't be allowed in such a wondrous place, I believe."
Yeah, and again, they're both like they're enthralled with this and utterly enthused with the idea that this will be an ongoing thing. It's like, oh yes, yes, absolutely. When you succeed in your hunt, you must stop by my estates and tell it to my family. I would love to host a man such as of your caliber.
And I
You know,
would just lean in to give him the inside scoop and just be like, "And by the way, we're going to be giving that dragon skull away soon to the king, so make sure you're around."
oh, King Lortusio. Oh, yes, yes, he loves hunting stories. The man's, he's a little distracted, if I should say so, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely enthralled. You're a hell of a storyteller and a hell of a hunter, might I say.
There seems to be a bit of worry across the town, beyond even these beasts attacking the guard.
Oh, yes, the unpleasantness with Avignosera. Well, who knows? I mean, if necessary, we'll have to go and give them a spanking, but, well, such is the way of things.
Indeed. As he'll just like write that down. Well, I believe that he's drawn rather late, and Lorium's already has Lorium been at this point carried off to a room.
Almost certainly, yes.
I love how this is just a running gag at this point.
We see like this barrel of mead going somewhere. We're like, I bet that's going to same place.
That's some random group of nobles just like chug, chug, chug. Into a frat house real quick.
It was a pleasure. And then nod and make our way off to bed. Wondrous.
Okay. Yeah. So you spend the night in revelry in this way, networking very successfully, and making these two rather august new friends. Sorry, got the hiccups.
You're fine.
Okay, we're good. Lorium is spending it in professionally pleasant company. While Wander, I assume you're just kind of outside with your glass of milk.
Well, I'll leave the milk there, and I'll wander off a little distance, Just get out of the loud area, and I'm gonna find like an open place, like a square, or maybe like a fountain area or something like that,
Mhm.
just so I'm not doing this in the middle of the street. And I will take up a position to ritually cast this,
Okay.
and I will hold out my holy symbol in a vial of holy water. And as I do so, the water will begin to flow out of the bottle and coalesce around the symbol. And over the 10 minutes that it takes to ritual cast, I will, or the rather, the water will begin to heat up and slowly bend the metal so that it forms into a number of, call it a couple dozen straight bars of, or rather lines of metal that will then form letters for me.
Okay. And
Magical.
what questions are you asking?
The first question is going to be there's always next week. Um, does the king take part in the activities of this cult? Did I lose
Who
everyone?
are you directing this question to?
That is a fantastic question. Can I cast it out and see who bites first? Or do I have to call towards someone?
Give me a religion check using your wisdom modifier.
Can do, Capitan. So instead of this, add 4.
Okay.
Actually, wait, I can just do that here. I don't want to, just add 4.
Oh no.
Let's go!
You need to choose a specific like entity or destination.
Heard. Oh, what was his name? The member of, was it the Triad? Uh,
Mhm.
Father
um,
Judge?
the one that's all, no, the one that's all about getting hurt and like taking pain for people.
Oh,
Oh.
I know. Yes, I know the one you mean.
I
I
can't.
can't. The
Yeah,
name's
my space is
escaping
really
me as well,
slow.
but yes, the god who's the god of self-sacrifice, essentially.
Yeah, that guy. I can't Google the Triad because that won't give me what I need.
But yes, okay, I know the person
Ilmater, I
or
think.
the entity that you're trying to reach. Okay, it does the king take part in the activities of this cult?
Yes. Do you want them all, or do you want just one by one?
Um, we can go one by one. I'm just trying to think as to what level, like where where this deity's knowledge would lay.
Right.
As
Um,
well, it's,
and based on the phrasing of your question, and sorry, what was that, Uther?
well, I was just gonna say, and it can be hard too because he pays for the roads. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
they travel on the
Yeah,
road, so in a way, he's helping them. But that's not exactly what I was.
that's so. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm actually going to say, based on the response, like the way that the response comes back to you, you kind of get the impression that very broad questions make it difficult to receive precise answers,
Right.
as an idea, like a lack of clarity, comes back to you.
Unclear is one of the answers you can give.
Unclear indeed.
Then the next question will be, yeah, does the Metal Panther still hunt Vincent?
Yes.
Good to know. Good to know. He'll make great bait. And then the last question will be, and the way you, the way you pronounce the word, it's magos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Do any of the magos of Vanya work directly with the cult we deal with?
Yes.
It's good to know that it's also them. That's good. That's good. And then
The word with doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
big fan of directly myself. Then the water will slowly coalesce back around the metal, push it back into the symbol that it was before um, draining back into the bottle, and that'll be my thing. I'll then touch a random passerby and cast commune on them. Not commune, contagion.
Oh no!
Gonna assume that that's not something you actually pursue.
No, it'd be funny, wouldn't it be?
He's just
Yeah. Then I'll just make my way back to the group.
he says no, but
Okay.
he's DMing Andrew right now. Yes.
No, I fully do this.
Yes, I cast Wall of Fire, and no one knows why. But yeah, then I'll just make my way back to the group.
Okay. And so yes, you spend a very pleasant evening being wined and dined with the upper crust of Vanya at the Gilded Fan, very quickly making yourselves the center of attention. Laurium being dragged out of that center to his own very pleasant repast through the evening, surrounded by redheads. While
I do
Uther
have
and Naira.
a funny conversation I kind of want to have, but not if we're trying to move on to something else.
No, by all means.
I would like to talk to Wander, actually.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I stopped for this.
Go on.
uh, first of all, do you appear to be looking around at all?
No.
Okay,
In
you're
fact,
not
he's
looking at
kind of
anything?
no. He's just kind of staring at the the cup of milk, staring into the milk. He looks and feels very out of place.
Then
He's just
never mind. I don't
Alric
have
and
any
Brock.
questions for him.
When we first got here, he looked around, saw everyone, seemed interested, and then, you know, we celebrated, partied, and then he just kind of got bored.
Then never mind. I don't have any questions
Okay.
for him.
So eventually the night passes. You continue your celebration and celebrating long into the evening and night. Eventually being led up to some very comfortable rooms. And able to spend the night in a level of luxury that none of you have really encountered since your journey together began. As comfortable as some of the places you have stayed have been, this is by far the most sumptuous surroundings you have spent the night in.
Okay,
You even
question.
compare.
I gotta make a roll though. I gotta see if Naira gets drunk and dances on a table.
Give me a con save.
Yep. Naira ends up on
Oh
a
yeah.
table.
Tyler, were you about to ask a question too?
Probably, but I forgot it.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
are the rooms thick enough so that they're soundproofed?
Oh, very much so. No,
Okay, good.
privacy seems to be a thing here,
Well, when
at
you got
least
a
in
28
certain
passive
aspects.
perception, you got to keep that in mind.
That's
sleep
true. I
through the
mean,
night,
He's
yeah, I
looking
don't
at
wanna-
the
wonders-
glass of milk, but in reality, he's looking through the reflection of the glass to see fucking everything in the room.
he's just got like his ears just like. whoop.
Yeah, it's just horrible for him the whole time. As long as he can't hear anything in one of those rooms, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, with your passive perception, you probably would be aware of, shall we say, activity going on in the rooms around you,
I'll go find another inn.
but it would not be too kind of overt.
I'll grab my milk jug, consider drinking it, and then put it down and go find another inn.
Regardless of where or how precisely you all spend your night, the night passes. However, as midnight approaches, Uther, odds or evens?
Odds.
Please give me a wisdom saving throw.
You never fail these. It just doesn't happen.
Once, not never. Go himbo powers activate. It's almost that night.
I don't think we've rolled above an 11 for these.
Okay. The night passes undisturbed. The following day, you are all awoken by somebody who, though not Armand themselves, it seems is very similar in presentation. Another kind of very, very well dressed, very polite, slight figure, who very politely wakes you all up. And says, "Good morning, good morning. Breakfast will be served shortly. Will you be desiring to stay with us for another night?"
Pauses, looks over towards Naira, sees she's still asleep, pokes Naira awake. Are we staying here another night, or what do you think?
Oh, I would like to stay here for at least another week.
We do have some days until. Just curious, what are we looking at for our bill as of currently?
Currently, for last night's indulgences and 3 companions for your friend, that will be a total of 16 gold so far, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna be staying here another night.
Certainly, certainly. I shall ensure that these rooms remain at your disposal. Breakfast will be available until noon, but our kitchen is, of course, open for your requirements throughout the day.
Can you send up some strawberries and champagne?
Certainly, my lady.
And then she goes back to bed.
Okay, so above the table, like just quickly kind of putting things out there just to figure out what you guys want to do. You guys are going to have 2 days now of basically downtime before the next kind of big event happens. Is there anything that you guys want to do in that time? Anything specific, or are you just going to kind of lounge and indulge?
I kind of feel like Lorium's gonna want to go check out Quilvern.
Lorem has an important conversation to have with you all about that. Yeah. But also, if downtime, hey, can I do anything with these fucking scales and claws?
Well, you do know that there is a armory workshop of some repute in the city. So there could certainly be conversations that you could have and craftsmen that you could consult about such things.
Yeah, you have an armory workshop. I mean,
Magical uses as well.
You don't have any
And yes, there
personal
are
equipment?
also, as you well know, several magical towers in town, including at least one that specializes in the production of magical arms and armaments.
Yeah. Just putting that on the back burner if anybody else has any ideas of stuff to craft with the shit.
No, I think you need a cool sword or armor or something.
Cool
go.
dragon scale cloak.
I've got some stuff to sew.
Mm.
It
Also,
might be
what's
worth doing a little bit of purchasing. We are in the capital, and it's
speaking
not
of,
like Elnell had anything.
what was the amount of gold or payment inside the chest?
It was 1,000 gold pieces each, as promised. So the way that it came in is essentially when you open it, there are 8 large platinum ducats stamped with the royal seal inside the chest, each of which is like is weighty enough in platinum that it is worth 500 gold pieces.
We should also seriously considering opening up an account at a bank so we don't have to. All this
You are at this point like literally weighted down with coin. Like if it wasn't for the handy haversack and the fact that you've got basically Lorium who can carry like a 500 pounds, you would be actually taking encumbrance penalties.
We still have 11 platinum ingots as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
You should probably go look into investing into some equipment or the like. Or maybe, do you guys want to buy a brothel?
Oh, god damn it.
Um. So yeah, we should either spend it or get it in an account somewhere.
Look around some magic shops.
Could look
Maybe
around
head to one of the
magic shops.
towers. Or set up some equipment to get worked on.
Fancy
those
new armor
scales.
shields for you guys.
I would take a +1 shield.
I gotta look at like magic.
You
items
do
available.
you do know that when you were at Master Otto's workshop, he did actually have a +1 shield that was available at the time you passed on it. But yeah, so you do know that is available here. And you are also aware from your previous interactions with the Tower of Coimsera that their magical workshop is, in addition to having a variety of items kind of in stock, they also do take essentially commissions for the production of magical equipment.
Where are we heading to first?
Well, I think we have to have a conversation with Lorium before we know where we're going.
So let's stop
Xavier's.
there.
Lorium. Lorium. Wake up.
Yes, I can
The-
hear
the-
you in my head.
Okay, so get out from underneath that pile of women right there and come up. We should have a conversation. I'm going to try and contact Wander.
But it's so cozy.
Are you nearby, Wander?
Yeah, for the purposes of sleeping, I would have just left, slept, and then came back the next day.
Yeah, I'll say you guys can all kind of reconvene over a breakfast of strawberries and champagne and milk.
But yeah, Lauren would just open it. So look, clearly this thing's actually involved with the cult bullshit. Right? Is that the consensus everybody else is getting?
Nods. It seems to be.
But before, it only attacked certain people. Now it's destroying buildings and defending areas. So whoever's controlling it is getting much more involved with it. I really want to deal with it.
Agreed.
And how far was it away?
Is that a question for me or?
For Quillborn. Yeah.
So Quilburn was about 10 miles or outside of the city. So it was a decent kind of like couple of hours ride. However, the last place that it was seen was about 4 miles outside of the city. But based on your conversation with Lord Wolfhard, it's roamed around several different areas in the vicinity of the city, anywhere from like just a couple of miles beyond the walls to almost 20 away over the last several days. From what he said, there have been about 5 different incidents involving this creature over the last week or so.
I understand that you want to kill it, but you want to go out there and ride in circles? And maybe it comes and tries to jump us?
We could bring Vincent.
Uther raises one finger as he says, as well as I'm worried that it might be pretty tough. I got a hunch it might be pretty difficult to say. So my worry is if we take Vincent out there and we kind of overestimated ourselves, that then we get to watch Vincent get put into a furnace of blades. So I'm not. That's just kind of one of my worrisome thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm not into bringing him unless we have a fail-safe to keep him safe. He can protect himself, but that thing can just let out a fucking screech and
And if we're wrong about our skill power and it decides to go after us, this is just one of my thoughts for also why I was curious about buying some things, looking around town. As we were able to deal with the dragon, as we were very prepared to deal with it.
oh no, I'm
This,
all for preparing for this, but I'm just suggesting we go after this next.
do you want to do it before or after we get like royally high-fived and the like?
I don't know why that tickled me.
Just looking at Completely high five. We just show up. Hey King, what's up? Hey bro, what's up?
A royal high five.
However long it take. I was able to scry on it before. I don't understand why it's such an issue now.
Okay, another just shooting at a pine cone. What if it wasn't working with the cult before, but now the cult seems to have, like, found a dangerous thing running around and was able to get some magical, I don't know, collar onto it. And now it's becoming a little bit more self-aware or whatever's driving it is. I may be totally wrong, but I'm just, slinging it.
Or whoever is in control of it is aware that we're asking questions or people are asking questions and have taken additional precautions.
Well, we already know that person controlling it is most likely in one of the fucking towers. So it makes sense if they add some sort of magic shit to give it.
At least one of them, the Magos, work with the cult.
The Magos? Isn't that like the head?
I think so. Something like that.
Would I know the rank of Magus?
Yes. Yeah, you would definitely be familiar with the implications of that title.
And as
Do you want any additional detail about it, or
yes,
is that just
please.
based on what I said earlier? Okay, yeah. So the Magos are basically the management faculty, if you like, of the tower. So at a college, they would be like in a traditional kind of college in our world, for example, they would be the department heads, the dean, people of that kind of status would be referred to as Magos. And there's kind of a level of they don't separate the titles of people because if you are important enough to need to know, then it is expected that you will know who is the most senior Magos of any particular tower, and like what the hierarchy within the Magos structure is. But yes, they are generally quite important, quite powerful, and certainly very learned individuals within the tower. And universally are powerful and experienced spellcasters.
Which is problematic for us being, powerful spellcasters. They cause problems.
They cannot if they cannot speak.
You scare me
Seriously, that was a
sometimes.
lethal fucking combo.
Yeah.
I cut off hands. He cuts out tongues. Magic, figuratively.
And I'm still the less threatening one.
And no one has any idea the one they should really be scared of is the tiny little cat in the back.
Yeah. Literal dragon slayer.
One that May wanted to name our cat after.
That's
Okay.
awesome, by the way. I love that so much. That's like I know that really speaks to Christine, but I'm very honored that my cat that's come from my campaign.
Little ragdoll. But he'll just say, then should we try to get help from Kvalin again?
Who?
Arcanist Trevalin. He's
Oh, Trevelyan, okay.
yeah, he was the one watching over Vincent.
I
Yeah,
heard
yeah, yeah,
Ven, so I was a little confused too.
Yeah, all I heard was Vaughn, so I was like, who the fuck? What have you? Trevelyan.
I'd like to go there.
And yes, for the massive fucking sack of currency we're carrying around, I would also like to get rid of some of it and prepare. Maybe try to get some armor enchanted.
I am also putting together a list of things I would like to pick up in terms of shopping. Right now, I have two things on it. I would like goggles of night that we can fashion to frickin' wander.
Oh hell yeah!
Wait, you got a
And
problem with me not being able to see in the dark? I like my torchlight.
Naira, this
He is basically at this point continuously glowing because he has a bowl of flame strapped to his hip, so that has been less of an issue.
a second haversack.
Or just
Okay.
straight up bag of holding, because that can carry more, right?
Yes.
All right.
But bags of holding are also more complicated to get items out of.
And also, I want one of them anti-magic manacles fashion. The ones that prevent spellcasters from casting.
Yeah, anti-magic manacles.
Just manacles.
So carry on, but I'm putting together a list of things that I want.
Okay.
Hopefully, some reinforced John Wick +1 studded armor and a +1 shield, and then I'll feel gangster. Unless they got an upgrading pistol or blasting rod somewhere, but I think that's probably going to be stupid expensive, so probably not. But I might
well,
have one made.
you would be like you do know that they have, like, based on what Midnight did, you do have the option to hand over existing equipment to have it augmented or changed in some way. So if you were to hand in your blasting rod for potentially several days, they may be able to add additional enchantments to it or things like that. And something as well that you guys do have and have so far not done anything with is the Radiant Fire Crystal that you took from the Golem.
Yes.
I'm wondering what happens if
Oh
we
my
combine
god,
that.
can I put that in my wand? Oh,
Could
wait, sorry.
definitely
That
be
was that
fashioned
loud.
into a focus.
I was wondering what we would do, or what would happen if we put that on the +1 rapier that we have.
You imagine that the most direct application would be that it would add radiant fire damage to your blows.
Neat. Question: what kind of magic item is your blasting rod?
Let me see.
As in like rarity or
No, I'd like to know what it's called.
It's Warcaster, I think. Let me double check. Yes, Wand of the War Mage is the DMG of it. But I don't use a wand, I use a blasting rod.
Because I might want to get one of those too.
Wander's already been working on one for you, right?
Well, I have a blasting rod now, but
Mine's
it's not +1
magical.
or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I'd like to.
Yeah, it is.
He's
Hers
thrown
essentially just
away and
asks
it's
as
new.
an arcane focus.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then maybe with the claws, we can make like a new spear or some shit. I wonder if
Glaive? Did you just
Or again, they
completely
could
break down at that
the
idea?
augment your existing one.
yeah. Augment the existing one. I wonder if a black dragon claw would do anything with acid though. That'd be funny.
Wait, why
doubt-
don't we put the crystal glaive on your +1 glaive? The fire radiant crystal.
That would make a lot of sense.
I'll pull it out of my pack because I think I'm the one carrying it. I'll give it to you.
Well, I'm certainly not the one to ask.
I don't know.
I don't know how to do it. As he just clinks it against the glaive. Maze in the background going clink, clink, clink.
We'll
I just love how.
take it to a tower.
Yeah, let's head to the tower. And we might lose a couple days getting our stuff taken care of, but I would much rather do that than walk in against this nightmare panther without it.
I agree.
Oh, and we should probably head down and make sure our boat's coming along at some point,
Oh,
and
yes,
give
I'm
our
very excited about
give
that.
our crew a decent cut. I know we're ahead on payments and everything, but
Oh, wait the fuck.
And speaking of, well, modes of transportation, I've been thinking about our carriage. I was wondering if maybe we wanted to get a driver.
a driver for our gypsy wagon.
Well, I was wondering if maybe we should upgrade.
To a mobile noble home.
I mean, also be aware of the places we go with that thing.
Yes, I was thinking of Jason Statham as driver.
But yeah.
Maybe we can have a look around. We might have to trade in our horses for bulls or oxen if we're getting something big. And then we'll have to. I don't think we can go much bigger unless we're going to get a bigger boat.
Oh, yes, that's true. We wanted to be able to have our car on our yacht. I remember now.
Lorium currently has on him, with the cut from that shit, approximately 2,930 gold. With the including the platinum ingots, so
Let's head to the let's head to the Mage's Tower, shall we? So we can start figuring out the prices of all the work we want to have done.
Yes.
And I'm sure I can help whittle them down a little bit because we'll be dropping a rather large patronly purchase upon them.
Perhaps our reputation will precede us.
We can only hope.
And if they're able to augment my armor, hopefully they have a spare set I can borrow while they do it.
And then we can get you a suit with a bow tie.
I
Yes.
not condone.
Suppose off we go then.
Okay. So you're heading to Coimsetta Tower first?
Yes.
Okay. And so what precisely are you, you are definitely able to head over that way, dragging your sacks of coin and various other accoutrements, as well as the materials, shall we say, that you got from the dragon, apart from its head. The magical workshop is much as you remember it, and as you kind of make your entrance and very quickly make it clear that you are going to be making some purchases above and beyond the norm, shall we say. You are kind of quite quickly ushered into a kind of consultancy chamber where a rather kind of august figure in the robes of an arcanist sits across from you and is able to kind of consult with you on a more one-to-one basis. And so is this the level of, is this the list that you're kind of going to give to them?
Yes.
Okay.
I had one thing to add to that.
Hmm?
Go on. I was gonna see if they could upgrade my shield to a +2 shield.
Okay.
Okay.
We can, if it would
Is
help
it,
the
sorry,
process.
and is your shield currently a +1?
Yes.
If we could help the process on that, they could totally use, like, if it would, they could totally use some of the Black Dragon scales to help buff that shit.
Okay. Well, one thing that they make clear is that scales from a dragon. He is the individual that you talk to. In fact, as soon as you mention that you have materials from a dragon available, the person that you are speaking to actually says, "Oh, well, they basically say that they're going to summon a specialist, and a rather excitable looking arcanist." With a blacksmith's apron over their mage's robes, hurries in. They've got they're completely bald, no eyebrows, as though they spend a lot of their time in front of a forge. But they do have this flowing mustache. That they come in and very enthusiastically looking over the material that you provide from the dragon if you kind of offer this to them. They say, well, these scales are magnificent, from a fully grown specimen, I should say. Well, I mean, we certainly can use these in all manner of enchantments, but they are most suitable, may I say, for the augmentation of armor. More specifically, shall we say, armor of the heavier variety, such as you are wearing, my fine gentleman. Well, if you would be willing to leave this suit in our care, I could say, well, we could do some marvelous work on it if you were able to provide sufficient payment to cover the labor and, well, if I may say, the rather exotic materials that would be required to make the most of these magnificent specimens.
Uther asked for what the payment would be.
We've also augmented our list a little bit.
Yes, I see that.
We all added.
I will actually need to look some of this up and get back to you with a full list of like what the total cost would be. So we'll call that we'll just kind of go through any discussion that you have now, and then like first thing on our next session or at some point during our next session, I'll give you an exact cost of what each item would be, and you can decide what you pick up and kind of what you leave with them for enhancement and stuff like that, rather than bogging down everything right now.
Certainly.
By the way,
Gotcha.
everybody subtract 500 because from the platinum pieces or the chest that we just got, because that would have gone into party funds.
Darling, you have my
I
money.
got your money.
Right, so we each get 500.
Yes. No. Yes.
Essentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so he does say that whilst the so there's two options basically that this very excited individual arcanist gives you with regards to the scales. They are more than willing to take the scales in lieu of a portion of the payment that would be required for the other magical items, or again, if you had a suit of heavy armor that you wished to be enhanced with the properties of dragon scale, if you leave that with them for a number of days, they would be able to imbue that enhancement.
Oh, Lorium, that would be very handsome. And also practical, I assume.
Absolutely. I still have splint mail. Sunshine. On the
So you're going to leave them your old splint mail, or
no, leave
no?
leave them the current plate mail.
Okay. And actually, you did have an old suit of like previous plate mail that you then upgraded. So yeah, you're now just in ordinary full plate rather than +1 black
it
ancient
wasn't
full
even
plate.
+1.
Oh, was it not? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it was just like you said. It would be easier / potentially cheaper to upgrade if we did.
Right. Yes, I recall now because of the materials that it was made out of. Yeah. Okay, so based on like presenting him with this suit of ancient, previously enchanted, unusual material full plate, and the opportunity to work with the with these black dragon scales, he actually says very enthusiastically that there will be no charge for the armor.
Nice.
GG.
The rest of it, as I said, I will look up some precise kind of costs for some of those, and we can cover those on tomorrow's session.
And Naira's also got a couple of things to sell as well.
Okay. If you can pop those in chat as well, I'll kind of take that all under advisement and be able to give you guys all a full breakdown.
It's been a while since we've done shopping.
Especially to this caliber.
Yeah.
So that would take up the full 15
Right.
pounds of black dragon scales, right?
You've got 15 pounds. Yes, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, it would.
Gonna just delete that. Good quality black dragon scales gone.
We have so much. We have 16 platinum bars plus 122 platinum and 79 gold pieces. And that's just party funds.
Oh yeah, and it wasn't 500 platinum; it was 50 platinum.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I just put it into platinum bars because I remember they were bars, so.
Yeah.
And for sending stones, how many, and like, are you looking for kind of like where you guys can all be on kind of a party line, or just a couple, one pair or two pairs?
It would
What kind
be
of setup are you looking
it
for?
would be ideal
Mhm.
if we could have basically earpieces. Um so yes, we could all be on a party line.
Okay.
Shit.
However, minimum is I would like one set. So like Naira could keep it and Lauren could keep the other one because Naira and Uther are at least connected. So
Have at least got an empathic connection. Yeah.
yeah,
And
but
Lorem's
ideally I would
always
like us all to be able to talk.
Okay. Noted.
And for any ideas that people want to dish out for the 7 black dragon claws.
Also,
Hmm.
I have
Uh,
an
Sorry.
another
Go on.
request.
Mhm.
I would like a dog collar that will fit on Valco that we can fix a 300 gold piece worth diamond.
Okay, that wouldn't be the kind. I mean, yeah, that's not the kind of thing that they would deal with here. There are certainly like the armory workshop that you attended would be able to provide something like that
Okie doke, perfect.
because there isn't like a specific enchantment imbued into it. But if you present the Black Dragon claws in addition to the scales, he will say that again. There's any number of uses for these. They are more than happy to take them in trade in lieu of payment for a number of for a portion of the value of the other items that you guys are requesting, or they can be used to apply a number of properties depending on the specific effect that you are most interested in. Either the weapon can be imbued with essentially adamantine property through the use of the claws, or a portion of the energetic nature of the dragon, essentially acid damage, can also be imbued into a weapon through the use of these claws. Depending on the power of the enchantment, that would affect the amount of material needed to create the effect. Or they can just be used to create as essentially a component to create a general enhancement to the nature of a weapon. So basically turn a non-magical weapon into a +1 weapon, make it imbue it with a special property such as adamantine, or enhance it with acid damage.
Nice. What if we put? Does anybody have any ones for that?
I think you do.
Wait, is your crossbow
Well-
+1 default?
I don't use the crossbow anymore. Well, I
Oh.
haven't since I got my blasting rod.
Hmm.
Because Sky Daddy told me I could use crossbow expert with my blasting.
Oh. Nice.
I am a generous god.
Very excited about it. Still don't get sneak attack with it, so I'm now limited to I have to use my rapier if I want sneak attack, but
Mhm.
An acid rapier would be kind of neat.
I mean that would be very Dragon Age, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I doubt we could add acid and radiant fire to the fucking glaive, so.
Such a thing would be possible, but would require a great deal of effort on the part of our arcanists, and so would also involve a commensurately greater cost.
I mean, acid. I wouldn't mind having a trophy. I did help kill it.
Yep.
If we could do something with that in my rapier, my
Such a thing would certainly be possible.
yay.
Lauren will hand her the 7 black dragon claws.
I really hope I get a new. What's it called? The basket?
What,
Or
basket hilt?
Yeah.
Oh.
Made out of dragon claws would be that's a hell of a showpiece.
Yes.
Pretty badass.
And he'd hand off his blasting rod, but he'd be like, no, I can't. No.
Precious.
Give it a kiss and then hand it, not looking at it. Take it. It hates me now.
Cool. So I will break down the costs for each of these, as well as the acid enhancement for Naira's rapier and the radiant fire enchantment for the glaive. And yeah, I will let you guys all know what will be involved for each of those on tomorrow's session. And we will kind of retroactively say that you guys can have those negotiations and pick which of those you want to actually pursue, any or all of, during this interaction, as well as putting together a like. Even if you don't sell them here, because these guys are only really interested in magical items, what you're able to get for the items that you're trying to sell there. Oh, and is there any other inventory that you guys are going to be trying to flog?
No, I think everything else is. Unless, did you want to sell that cloak of the manta ray? Or are you happy with it, Uther?
I like it.
He likes it.
Okay. Okay, cool. But Tyler, you said that there was a thing you wanted to do as well.
So when did I say that?
chat
Like
earlier.
at 11:43 in chat. Yeah.
Oh, that was literally just me saying that I was adding the shield
Oh, okay.
because everyone started adding things, and then she said, "You guys, I asked," and I said, "I only wanted to add one thing."
What I said was lol. You guys, I asked.
Well,
Made me cry nonetheless.
And I was wrong about how much gold we had because I had another list of gold that we had underneath. So we actually have 227 platinum and 100.
Yeah, so if you're gonna rob us, you should do
Jesus
it the next time we go drinking.
It's just like
That's so
somebody's got
funny.
to grab Naira's haversack while she's not looking, walk away, and just be like, oh.
Yeah,
and
I
then
wasn't even there.
Wander's
You
head
could have
just
gone for it.
snaps to it.
Nah, I wasn't even there. You could have gone for it.
I assume I handed over these 6 rubies and emeralds to you, Wander.
The 6 rubies and emeralds.
I
If
have
you gave me
6.
the emeralds, I don't have 6 rubies. I have 1 ruby.
You now have 6 additional rubies.
I'm gaining another 5 rubies. Okay.
Are you going to try and trade those in for gold, or?
Does anyone else have a use for them? Because I only need the 1.
Well, you've been collecting all of the gems.
I have been.
Do you
I
want
need the
these?
diamonds.
I'm holding now 6 rubies / emeralds, so I assume 4 rubies and 2 emeralds. I'm holding them. Do you want them?
The 2 emeralds I had, that I used one of them to
No, I think
make
this
a
is a
thing.
separate.
No. You
These are
guys have gotten a lot of gems
I've
in
gotten
your
even
like
more.
in your time on the
Yeah,
Horatio
I
Coast.
don't
These are
need any of
different
those.
emeralds.
You're welcome to sell those.
Okay, so I will also want to sell the. Does that breakdown seem fair? 4 rubies and 2 emeralds.
Yeah. And where did you pick those up? Just so I can know where to look back through my notes.
I believe these were picked up in the Dragon's Den.
Okay, right. If you just want to add those to your post in general.
Mhm.
I'm afraid that he's so willing to make us more powerful.
What? No.
Fine. Haven't died yet. Why would we now?
We're basically gods. Jumps off a fucking waterfall.
Yeah.
Polymorph.
Yeah. You were doing very well until everyone died.
Such a shame.
That is, in fact, where I went wrong.
Cool. Okay. So, as I said, we will kind of circle back to your interaction with the place here. In addition to your magical shopping here, is there anything else that you guys are going to want to do with your downtime?
Tell the boat guys we're live and see how the pleasure cruise ship is coming along.
Okay. How much gold did you leave with them? Because I don't actually have that listed in my notes. My understanding was that they were simply going to kind of inquire as to what could be done. I don't recall if you actually left them with any funds.
I'm pretty sure they did.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think we did.
We did.
I
we
can't
definitely
remember.
did, and I
It was a
can't-
good chunk of gold
Yeah.
I-
Trying to
because I
think.
was like,
thought
yeah,
it was
totally
like-
leave them with
I thought
it.
it was like 25 platinum, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But I would have to go back and double check.
I can look back through the YouTube videos and find that information. So I will also do that. I will add that to the list of things to look up. Okay.
Absolute champion.
Holy shit. We spent like 15 sessions in that city, in that town.
In Eldenil?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got up to a lot of shit there.
Yeah, we did. And next time we show up, there'll just be statues of all of us.
Next time we
Six
show up,
packs
there will
wander.
be another dragon.
Yep. This one's a white one. Have fun.
It's even more feral. It won't waste time trying to gloat.
I do want to know if it would be a good idea to at least try and convince or see if Murdoch is convinced that I am on his side. I would like to know if I can at least rebuild that relationship. Do you think that's a good idea, Uther?
Unsure.
You have communed
Yes,
with
commune.
Uther.
Like you shake the magic 8-ball and the himbo brain just rolls over. Outlook unclear.
Exactly.
Try again tomorrow.
My thought is that if I can convince him that I am still trusted, he might reveal
Tell
things
him-
to me.
Unsure.
Then what she will say is, well, let me know when you've made up your mind. I won't do anything without you.
Never make up your mind.
By the way, so in your campaign journal, you didn't specify, but you had said that you had sent a message to Lord Murdoch.
Yes.
What, if any, indication did you give him about how to get in contact with you?
I told him I did actually specify this in a previous journal entry.
Okay.
I told him that it would not be wise for him to try and reach out because we don't know yet who he can trust, and I would be in touch soon.
Okay. That was kind of what I thought, but I couldn't remember if there was any specific instruction that you'd given following that. But okay.
I just would like to wait till after our royal meeting. You can see where you got tied up in the lavishness of it. I'm sure he'll understand such an excuse being so tired.
No, that's a good idea. I'm sure him hearing that I have acquired myself an audience with the king will only make it easier to get back into his good graces.
Indeed, it only helps us to be the newest flavor of the month. Maybe like Eldenale, we'll be famous.
That's it. I'm not gonna contact Murdoch just yet.
Okay. So, we'll conclude the shopping next session, as I said. So I have a chance to properly look up all of this equipment. Oh, and just to confirm, by the way, the +1 John Wick armor, as it is referred to,
It's just +1 studded.
studded. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to check if it was regular or studded.
But I'd like it to, have the collar and the the suit
Yeah.
appeal. I do like my uniform.
+1 John Wick.
I didn't join the Marines for the ugly uniform. Let's just say.
The tactical lining.
Exactly.
Okay. Cool. So, as I said, I will have answers and prices for all of that for you guys tomorrow. With regards to the boat, again, I will confirm how much gold you left those I think they were Paul and Jacob with, and what progress they will have been able to make on the shall we say luxury upgrades to the Alsarai, or no, I forget what your boat was called.
We give it a new name
Sure.
anyway.
Yeah, we'll rename it. It'll be fine. What the fuck was it called? I don't remember. Now I'm sad.
It probably was the Elsarai. We
No,
just didn't-
the Alsarai
that's
was
the
the
name of the
river.
Oh,
The Depato.
That one.
Depato.
We paint over and call it the Despacito.
1d4 psychic
+1
damage.
Do you take that or do I?
Everyone takes that.
I already took that damage.
I'm immune to psychic damage.
And then yes, and so yes, I will have all of that information for you guys tomorrow, along with the results of your sale of the jeweled rings, various jewels, and the arcane focus and the dagger. So the next thing that's going to happen is going to be kind of a big event. So I think we will call it here for tonight, and we will reconvene at 8 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, and we will see what awaits you with your supposed royal audience.
There is another thing I want to do with the downtime, but I don't know how long it'll take. So if we want to
No,
wait
well,
until tomorrow,
what is it? And let's see if we
I want to number one go to the tower that does divination. I can't remember what the name is.
Arcanel.
Arcanel, that one. I want to go speak to Trevelyan. I want to ask him if I can use their facilities to scry.
Okay.
And that is just
yeah.
step one.
I see. I think we have time to deal with that tonight. Yeah, we can go a little bit later than I had planned. So yeah, it's fine.
Like it's totally like this may take like 10 minutes, may take half an hour. You know, like if you want to do it tomorrow, that's fine.
No. If it takes half an hour, that'll be fine. The next thing that I have planned is going to take well more than half an hour, so that's why I'm going to leave that until next session.
Fair.
But yeah, I'll say that you guys can definitely because you have these 2 days of downtime, you definitely will have the opportunity to swing by the Tower of Arcanel. Giving Arcanist Trovalin's name, you are asked to wait for a moment while your those bona fides, and the fact that you are a welcome guest of his is verified, and then you are allowed inside, and led up to the Arcanist's office. When he greets you and brings you inside, or when you enter into his office, you come in. He is much as you remember him, a rather kind of elderly, urbane figure. And Vincent is actually also present in his office. And when you guys enter in, he quite excitedly gets up and comes up and greets you all and goes, "Ah, you guys are back. It's good to see you again. Lorium, how was your trip? Are you all right?"
Question for Tyler: is this something you would have done like solo or?
No, I would have made it clear because I think you said you wanted to go to Trevelyan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have made it clear to everyone what I was going to do. I just didn't know if people were going to be like shopping the next 2 days or if they had their own thing for the next 2 days.
Other than that shopping trip, Lorian ain't got shit. He already told him what he wants to do. So Lorian would just reply with, "Yeah, we did great. We basically freed a town of some corrupted bullshit. Stopped part of the cult down there and killed a dragon. It was great."
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we stopped some of the cult shit.
No, a dragon. You slew a dragon, like an adult.
About
Adult black one.
750. Sorry.
No, yeah, go. You're the knowledgeable one.
She gets very excited about the factoids. Yes, about 750 years old from what I could guess. Or determine.
And the Arcanist at that point, who was sort of just like, yes, you're Vincent's friends, come on in. At this point, he's just like, oh, it says 750. So definitely full grown then. You killed it.
Hmm.
And please tell me more. How exactly did this transpire? What effects happened? I have heard that dragons have a certain impact on the world around them, especially ones of that age and power.
And Naira's gonna look at Uther and be like, "Do you wanna?"
Just shakes his head. Nope.
And Naira would probably actually encourage Lorium to tell his version of the story.
Just looks at you like, why?
Because you killed a
Showed
dragon,
up.
Lorium.
Showed up, killed a dragon.
We all
blast.
killed a dragon and you stabbed it in his fucking skull. Dropped the son of a bitch.
Oh, actually, let me check something.
Farland's an old dragon slayer. He's been doing this
Huh.
for a while.
Like as you kind of tell, as Lorium gives this very brief and succinct account.
Oh no, he would tell him about how like it cured the area around it.
Almost very naturally, the conversation evolves into a direct conversation where Arcanist Trevelyan is asking questions directly to Naira, because he begins to ask more and more and more detailed and arcanely and alchemically and scientifically specific questions about the nature of the dragon, the nature of its impact that you observed on the town, the country around it, the radius of this effect, the kind of the manifestations of it, the way that manifestation changed with distance, time, the way that manifestation changed after its death. All of these kinds of seemingly very interested, very arcane questions. That get more and more esoteric as time goes on.
And Naira's like, interestingly, the scales are less like traditional reptile scales and more like denticles, like a shark scales.
See, Lorium, this is why I didn't want to say anything, because this is going to happen either way.
Nerd shit.
Yeah, it very quickly just becomes this impenetrable blend of jargon going back and forth between Trevalin and Naira as they talk about not just the creature itself, but the manifestation of its power, how like magic in the fight was affected, how it impacted the town around it, an in-depth discussion of the alchemical workshops and any impact that it may have had on them. Very, very nerd shit as time goes on. However, eventually that discussion does kind of peter out. Rovalin absolutely enthused in his discussion with Naira, and as that goes on, Vincent is able to kind of approach you guys and have a separate conversation where he basically just says, "Well, I always knew you from what you told me when you were here before and what I saw myself. I knew that you guys were capable, but to kill an adult dragon and a black one at that, I've heard that they are the most destructive of all their kin. Well done. You must be very proud." He's saying this to you, Lorium.
Oh yeah, no, it was exciting as shit. Really got the old adrenaline bumping.
I can imagine. For my part, I'm somewhat glad that the last few days while you were gone have been, well, relatively boring. Thank you once again for accompanying me while I sent out those messages. And since then, I'm glad to say that, well, my wait for a reply has been rather uneventful. Though I have some time yet before I can expect it back. It's rather a longer journey to the Confederation than it is to Eldenil.
Of course, sir, you can always ask us for any sort of help, but have you heard anything else about the beast?
No, things have been quiet on that front, at least as far as I am concerned. Well, I think Trovalin may have learned something more, but he's been reluctant to tell me. I don't think he wants to worry me.
Yeah, Wander would immediately pick up that Lorian's like, nope. Doesn't want to bring it up. Well, we'll be looking into it.
Naira also picks up on that.
I mean, as far as I can tell, an agent arrived from the Watchful Keep about a week ago. I had a discussion with several of the mages here. I believe they spoke to Trevalin briefly as well, and since then he's engaged in several rituals. Normally he asks my assistance with them, but, well, I don't know precisely what he's up to, but he's kept me separate from them.
Well, don't you worry yourself too much about it. Just keep yourself safe. Especially since we can't really trust one of the other towers.
Really? What have you learned?
Potential corruption in relation to the cult issue.
I see. Well, if you learn anything more, please do tell me. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know.
Or you can help me by just not dying.
Well, I'll certainly do my best. And yeah, so eventually the nerd in brigade finished their discussion.
Geek squad.
the Geek Squad, there you go, finished their discussion. Travalan has shown himself to be like despite the fact that he's evidently a specialist in divination magic, he shows a great deal of knowledge. That's what the 20 I rolled was for. About kind of dragons and their effects and things like that, and a great deal of kind of professional interest. Seeming enthused at discussing this with somebody as knowledgeable as Naira, who's able to give a first-hand account of the kind of arcane effects that he's interested in and curious about. But eventually, that he seems satisfied with the information you've given him on that front, and he says, "Well, I must say you've brought me most interesting news, and I can only thank you for these most insightful details and the accounting that you've given me. But was it simply this information that brought you to me, or is there something else that I can help you with?"
Was there
Lauren
enough?
will just nod towards the Wanderer.
Yeah, was that directed towards Naira or was that everyone?
To kind of just to the group, yes.
Then
Wander will speak up and go, May I use your scrying faculties?
Says, yes, certainly. Do you require my assistance or simply the pool?
Just the pool.
Then yes, please. Vincent, show him into the chamber.
And is that how we start the next session?
uh,
we start the next session with Wander just drinking the water.
just like
Vacuum cleaner
just
and
going
go on.
face first into it. um, yes, actually, that seems like an ideal way to start the next session. But Wander, just so I can be fully prepared, what is it that you are going to be attempting with this scrying pool?
That's a great question because before I scry, I'm going to cast another commune.
I see. Okay. So,
I
cast your
can send you
commune.
those questions and then we can do this all tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you'd like.
Cast your we will end the session with you casting your commune.
This will be a
You
request too. Just to be
enter this side chamber that off of the Arcanist's main office into what is quite clearly a ritual room. Similar in layout to the larger chamber in which you had your previous adventure in the Tower of Arcanel, but obviously on a much smaller scale, much more focused. At its center is a small scrying pool, and but surrounding it are these concentric ritual circles, obviously intended to both augment the scrying and provide a measure of defense for the person enacting the ritual from various repercussions that might befall someone who is attempting a, shall we say, risky scry.
Hmm.
In this place, you are able to again manifest your commune. How many vials of holy water do you have?
So it doesn't use the holy water.
Okay. It's not
Yeah.
consumed.
I will put that in the chat real quick. Here. It just says incense in a vial of holy or unholy
That
water.
is fair. Nope, yep. It does not say that it is consumed, so you are able to utilize the same vial as the night before. The water flowing out and coalescing as you begin to ask your questions, whereupon, once you have asked them, I will tell you what shapes it takes to give you your answers. And
Does
that is how
anyone-
we will start the session tomorrow.
Just so I know for myself, does anyone join me in that chamber?
I mean, if you'd let Naira, she's going to watch.
Absolutely not. Whoever wants to join can join. I just wanted to know who was going to be in there.
Lorium would have stayed behind to ask Travalan some questions.
Okay. Uther?
Would have gone with Naira, so
Okay, so Wander, Uther, Naira. are in the scrying chamber. Lauren, you're outside with Vincent and, or actually,
no.
Vincent accompanied you
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
chamber.
That's
Yeah,
why
so
let's
you
go
are
back.
outside with Travalim.
Mhm.
Okay, and that is how we will start tomorrow's session. I will have answers for you regarding your negotiations on with to do with shopping, and yeah, Wander, if you can send me the questions, I will have answers for you. Whereupon we will look at your scrying.
Dope. Also, one final question. What was the name of the magic tower of evocation magic?
There are. Hang on.
Yeah, sorry to make you dig through the notes.
No. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, so there are. So when you say the one focused on evocation magic,
Because
you
I believe
don't mean
there
the
was
one
a
that did.
series of
Oh, right. So yeah,
there's a
Studis
few
Tara.
towers, right? There was Studis Tata, and there was wasn't it the one that we just went to, like the Quinn?
Coimsera, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
that
there are two that are known as kind of war colleges that focus most on like what they would call practical applications of magic,
the purpose of
and
like
that
the
is
war.
Coimsera. Yeah, that is the colleges of Coimsera and Studistara. Coimsera focuses more so on kind of transmutation and ritualistic and kind of physical magics, which is why they have that kind of the most well-known and most available enchantment kind of workshops. Whereas Studistara is much more purely focused on evocation, as in terms of like just the channeling of energy for destructive purposes.
Cool. For no reason in particular. How do you spell the Quinsera?
Uh, I will pop them into chat for you. In
Wonderful.
fact, you know what? I'm just going to pop all the 7 different magical towers. I'm going to pop those into the campaign journal channel.
I am totally not just going to use commune and ask about every single thing that you could ever want to know. I'm totally not going to abuse this spell at all. I will cast it twice now, and this will be the last time.
Yes, and magical towers certainly wouldn't have any kind of defense against those kinds of prying questions.
Absolutely not. They have no idea.
The god's just like, this fucker again.
God's like, seriously, shut the fuck up. Man, I did not spell that right at all. I had a Q in there, like I wasn't even close. But perfect. And then here's the questions. And because pretty much everyone can see them, I'll just send them to the general chat.
Okie dokie. Okay. So we will close on that with the group in the Tower of Arcanel preparing for a series of divine magical exercises. And then we shall see what the royal, the planned at least, royal reception shall hold for you guys.
Yeah. I'll also DM you those just in case we decide to blow up general chat.
Cool. So we shall start at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Is that still good for everyone tomorrow?
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Awesome sauce. Cool. So I shall see you all tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard, and we shall see what we shall see. Have a good night, everyone.
Yay.
Good night. Thanks
Good
for the game.
night.
Night.
Peace. Thank you for the
See you
game.
tomorrow. See you
My
tomorrow.
pleasure. See you tomorrow, guys. magus of this tower is like, I mean, all of them? Like, my guy. That's a very